E.g., where are you now?
Next level. Next level.
Jim, another website says that water temperature is 65 today, but it still felt warmer than that.
Yeah, 65 is cold. Real cold. Yeah, in South Carolina, when we were there in June, it was 76. I thought that was cool. But South Carolina.
You're growing soft, Jim. See, Chris is on remote. I hope you're doing well, or you just hiding out.
Who?
Chris Everson.
Oh, he's there. He should be in the room.
Bill, where are you now?
I'm in Ontario, a couple hours north of Toronto. How about you in Maine?
Yeah, Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Maine,
Guys,
right
we're going to get started.
Beautiful.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for joining us today. This is the Aspen City Council work session for July 24, 2023. Tonight on our agenda, the Lumberyard. With that, we'll get right into it. Actually, one thing, let's just set some expectations for tonight in the meeting. We have a lot of material to get through and to provide a little bit of input, feedback, and to get us ready for our next meetings on this. We are looking at start at a little after 4. We're going to have a hard stop at 8 p.m. tonight, but we are hoping to be shooting for more like 7:30. We know that we have about 30 minutes, perhaps, presentation on 4 or 5 different items. That, along with some council discussion, should give us about close to a 4-hour agenda. So we'll try to get through it as quickly as we can. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sarah, perhaps first.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. We've scheduled tonight to cover a number of questions that have come up in the entitlement process for the Lumberyard Affordable Housing Project adjacent to Highway 82. This particular work session, I'm sorry, thank you, I appreciate it. Those of you online, we just had someone's phone going off in the chambers. This work session has been designed based upon the feedback that you each have provided in these processes. So the first 3 topics are things that you may wish to address in the entitlements. This work session is also designed to allow you to wear your hat as a funder and developer of this project. And the intentions are that in these 4 subject areas, that you narrow the areas for future debate. They may not get resolved in this setting, particularly if it's related to entitlements, because that direction needs to be given after the public hearing has been closed and the council enters into its debate phase on Ordinance 10. So just, again, for clarity, particularly topics 1, 2, and 3, we may straw poll, particularly because this is a hybrid meeting, to understand if a majority has a topic area they wish to further discuss and refine. We can take some general guidance tonight to be able to assist you with possible amendment language to Ordinance 10, but the formal direction and decision-making needs to happen in a regular meeting after the closure of the public hearing. Right now, you're scheduled to continue the public hearing on August 8th, which is just over a week from today. Are there any questions on that requirement? Okay, not seeing none. And then lastly, we have prepared for you a few different financing models. We'll go over those with you today. I think those will continue to be a lot of a point of discussion as we go forward, as you develop your 2024 and beyond budget planning. And we are happy, though, to discuss in detail what we have. What we brought was the policy level decision-making around the funding. I just want to start off, if anyone's having difficulty saying, I can't talk about possible changes to Ordinance 10 without knowing the funding, I want to assure you, this community can afford the Lumberyard project. It has a lot to do, though, about your priorities. Where are you going to spend your funds first? And what kind of carrying costs do you want the longer it takes to construct this project to make room for other projects? So I encourage you to really focus on the quality of design and the community input when you're discussing the first 3 topics. And when we get into funding, we can get into more refined numbers, but I would not let that funding conversation be a limiting factor in ensuring you get the design right on this project for the community. That would be my recommendation to you. Any questions for me before we get started? Okay, so we're going to start off tonight with, and this will be the format for all 4 topics. There'll be a staff presentation that takes 20 to 30 minutes. Then there'll be time for council members to ask those staff members clarifying questions. And then we'll go to the next topic for staff presentation and clarifying questions. We won't get into discussion until the first 3 topics are presented because they are inherently related to each other, but we will still go through those along the way. Staff, when we get to that council discussion, staff is taking a lot of notes to help you when you get to that area of council discussion to help you structure that tonight. And so it'll be a little bit on the fly to be able to tell you what that is or is not until we start hearing what your clarifying questions may be and what issues you bring up when we get to debate that you would like to discuss. We'll finish up after we get to the 4th topic. We will have we have slides we're preparing along the way to make sure we repeat back to you what we heard to make sure all of us understand the next steps at the staff level based upon your discussion tonight. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kate and Ben, who will present the first topic.
Mr. Mayor, is it okay if I share screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. For the record, Ben Anderson with Community Development. Sitting next to me at the table with me is Kate Johnson from the City Attorney's Office. And the conversation tonight is simply to help Council understand some of the nuances of, we're going to go kind of to the beginning a little bit and talk about what a plan development is and what a plan development is not. And then talk a little bit about some of the options that you may have if you were to desire additional flexibility within Ordinance 10, which there is possibility for that, certainly. And then secondly, on our topics of discussion within this session, is talking a little bit about the amendment process for plan developments, which is very specifically directed in the City of Aspen's Land Use Code, something that community development staff does fairly regularly. Aspen, as I mentioned in the memo, has done a lot of plan developments, perhaps more so than most communities. And as a consequence of that, some of them have needed to change over time, and we do that pretty regularly. So with that, I want to talk a little bit about just what a plan development is. Aspen's got a complicated land use code. We've got very specific provisions across our zone districts in town that talk about the allowed dimensions, the allowed uses. And then we have, countless other provisions within the code. Plan developments, what they do functionally is to create an overlay over the top of underlying zoning. So underlying zoning set the base rules, and then plan developments come in over the top of that and set something different. That could be dimensions, that could be uses, that could exempt a project from some other provision within the code. Because we're on that particular piece of property for that plan development, changing some of the rules that the community has established, the plan development review process, as you've already participated in a little bit with this project, is extensive, with a high degree of expectation around public outreach and engagement, making sure that the community understands exactly what a plan development is actually approving, different from underlying zoning. I will say particularly about the Lumberyard process and what's transpired to date. When we have a plan development, as community development brings in applications, it's always better to have plan developments that are more defined than less. But, and this is a particularly defined plan development as it's been presented to you so far. This application was 1,200 pages. The applicant team and their consultants over the course of many, many months have worked with the community, have worked with various departments across the city to resolve issues as the design of this project has evolved. And, on some topics within this application, you have details that sometimes community development doesn't see until we get the building permit. In this case, they're being presented as part of the plan development application. And in some ways that's good, because I think it gives the community and our future selves a really clear picture of what this project is going to be. But because of the detail that I think is included in this application, I do think that there's a perspective that this is providing a lot of detail that's going to be difficult to unwind should we want to at some point in the future. So, what to do about that? Because I think as many of the folks in the room, we've listened to council discussion to this point, and there seems to be some topics that council would like to see some potential flexibility. I think that could be done within Ordinance 10. I think both in terms of changing the text to be deliberate about the type of flexibility and on what topics you would like that flexibility to apply. And also, and I think, again, because of the detail in this application, making decisions fairly surgical, fairly targeted, about exactly what gets included as exhibits to the ordinance, because those two things, the text and the exhibits, are what really lock in the approvals for the ultimate plan development. And then the second topic we talked a little bit about at the very introduction here is that we have this amendment process that should council grant entitlements to the lumberyard, we have a very clearly defined path to changing the plan development approvals at various stages across the development's lifespan. We use these processes to memorialize elements that might not be determined yet. We can, on the other end of the spectrum, so from just memorializing to allowing for things that fundamentally or significantly change the plan development in some way. And then again, this can be done at various moments throughout the life of the development. We'll talk more about that in a few minutes. So in Ordinance 10, listening to council comments as you went through first reading and second reading, the kind of initial discussion on second reading. From staff's perspective, the sections in the ordinance that are probably most ripe and most related to some of the comments that council has made about the project to date. The dimensional standards, the height, the floor area, the number of units, also in that table are a number of parking spaces. Pretty regularly, that table in plan developments is given a little bit of flexibility, particularly for projects of this size, to accommodate technical changes or even things that are a little bit beyond simply technical changes, whether that's related to the calculation of height, whether that's related to the calculation of floor area. So I do think that one of the areas that council might consider as you're thinking about desired flexibility is creating some opportunities within that dimensional standards table that I do think relate to many of the comments that at least I've heard on the topic. The other section, the next section following dimensional standards, talks about the phasing of the development. Now, the text of this section is not particularly specific, but what is specific are the attachments with, that would likely be exhibits to the ordinance that do give quite a lot of detail to the phasing. So we could be very deliberate in talking about flexibility related to the eventual phasing of the project. Section 6 in growth management, the ordinance and the application to this point was particularly specific about the categories, the unit mix, and some of the other things that are part of the growth management review. We can talk about that section particularly and some tactics that might be available in that section. And then lastly, I do think that the kind of eventual building 3, which was, as described in the phases, the future fate of that building 3 and discussions around condominiumization, I do think there's, again, based on council comments previously, that there's some flexibility that could be granted there as well in terms of how that might be contemplated or conceived or presented for our future selves once that phase becomes a reality. So tactics. Within each of those sections, there's some things that we could do should council desire. We could create ranges for project dimensions. Again, height, floor area, number of units, etc. This could be done in a couple different ways. We could create a range of a minimum and maximum on each of those topics or on any of those topics. We could also be really deliberate about the language there where we identify a maximum with language that says specifically development below this maximum is allowed to some extent. So again, there's a couple different ways that we could do that, but that concept of a range or identifying a maximum is not an uncommon tactic for plan developments, particularly of projects that are of this scale. Talked a little bit about this second tactic. Again, there was a lot of detail presented within this application. We could make decisions in kind of a surgical way of including only exhibits that are necessary in meeting the required review criteria. There's a lot of review criteria. There's a lot of exhibits that are necessary, but some of the detail that's in those exhibits goes beyond, at least I think on initial review, of some of the things that are required in meeting review criteria. Another common tactic, we do this fairly regularly. We can identify specific topics that can be memorialized at future stages of the development review process. Often in projects of this scale, we push things off to some later moment. This could be before the approval of the development agreement. This could be at submission of building permit. This could be prior to certificate of occupancy. And so we could identify topics that we give some level of definition to now, but really land on the detail of that at some point in the future. Number 4 is a slightly, there's a little bit of nuance in this, but sometimes we get to this point in an approval and things haven't been defined, or there's a topic that we don't yet want to define. And so there could be language to identify elements that you are okay with being approved administratively during the building permit review process particularly. These could be things like finalizing the landscaping plan, or finalizing the lighting plan, finalizing where trash is located. Those are the kinds of things that you could give direction that we currently don't have in the ordinance on that level of detail or with that kind of clarity, to giving administrative review approval path for some topics that have not yet been defined or may be too specific at this point in the application for council's interest. And then lastly on this list, there has been some discussion as it relates to potential partnerships, et cetera. I think the community's had a lot of conversation on commercial use at the Lumberyard, but I've seen a couple letters to the editor in support of this. There's been some discussion at the council table. It could be that you establish within the PD that commercial use is a conditional use, meaning that it's allowed, but it needs additional review. And the way that conditional use works within the land use code is it's a planning and zoning commission review with a set of criteria associated with it. So right now, your underlying zoning is RMF. The project's conceived of as a fully residential project. Likely, we talked about the issue of childcare as a potential future condition use on the one dedicated parcel. But it could be that if council desires, commercial uses could be added to that to give some future flexibility if there's some intention around that. There are some things to be clear in Ordinance 10 that we have to have defined now. And I think this is important for council consideration. One of the reviews that sets the basis for the plan development is subdivision. This is your lot configuration, this is your road network, this is your utilities connection and provision of the utilities for the project. That has to be defined. Now, it could change, 2 years from now as the project might shift or move a little bit. But the basics of subdivision have to be there. We can't just say, we'll decide later on the lot configuration. That's not really an option at this point. It could be amended later on, but it has to be defined now. Similarly, site planning, around plan development, site planning is a huge part of the project review criteria. This includes building locations, footprints, pedestrian transit bike facilities, other aspects of the site planning have to be landed on now. Again, could be changed or amended over time, but have to be established now. Underlying zoning, the proposal right now is to have the underlying zoning as RMF, a residential zone district. That needs to be established. We could have conversations about alternatives to that, but we need to establish underlying zoning. We need to have a dimensional table that perhaps has some flexibility associated with it as previously discussed. And then this is a combined plan development review, meaning that we're looking at a set of criteria for what's called project review, which is mass, scale, use, the kind of big overarching defining characteristics of the project. But we're also including, and this is the subject of a lot of the detail in the application, are a whole set of criteria of what's called detailed review. As it's kind of laid out right now, this approval would grant both project and detailed review. We need to include exhibits and discussion about the review criteria for those things, but again, with language and what we include within the ordinance, we could sort of grant some flexibility there. Any questions about, before I talk about the plan development amendment process, any questions clarifying around any of the topics so far?
Don't see any.
I guess just a quick one. So you're saying tweaks are possible?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And when we say tweaks, I think what staff understands that to mean is fairly deliberate language that takes a particular topic in the plan development and intentionally grants that topic some flexibility over time. And again, the range of that, we could have conversations about the appropriateness of any of those topics for that kind of tactic, but when I hear the word tweaks, that's kind of how I understand that.
And just to take that one step further, when we say tweaks, there's an implication there that it's based upon generally the plan that's before you. Substantial changes may have different legal implications, but generally that would be major changes that would have those legal implications. Tweaks based upon the project as presented, setting minimums and maximums, providing some direction as to what's available for administrative review, those likely don't have legal implications as to the procedural process for the approval.
Thanks.
Board?
I have a question. On subdivision, you say that they have to be established now, Ben, but they can be changed in the future. I'm wondering what the process to change the subdivision would be. I understand amending a PD, but from an entitlement level, what would be required to have a change? And I think I heard Casey kind of say it kind of depends on what the scope, how big a change it is, but would we have to go through a whole new zoning and entitlement process, or is it can it be done administratively? Does it have to be done through city council? What would the protocol be for that?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Should council grant approval of the reviews that are in front of you in Ordinance 10? And again, perhaps some amended version of what's in Ordinance 10. Within 180 days of the passage of that entitlement package by city council, there are things that are required to be recorded. And for this project, importantly, because we're assembling land in the kind of the 4 parcels that we have available to us, and we're reconfiguring that into a number of parcels that include the 3 main parcels for the buildings, and then the related parcels with the carports, the parcel associated with potential future childcare, as it's been discussed. Those things have to be recorded in a plat within 180 days, or submitted within 180 days for approval for eventual recordation. That plat, and Kate or Jim can probably talk in more detail about that, but that plat really serves as the foundation of the entirety of the entitlements package. And when we have that approved, and I'm going to talk specifically about plan development in just a second, what's involved in that, but similarly, when you make changes to a subdivision, there are thresholds for different levels of review that are necessary to change aspects of the subdivision. So, for example, if you agreed on the parcel configuration and the road configuration as part of your subdivision review, we recorded a plat, and then there was something either technical or intentional that required changes to the shape of those parcels or to change of that road network. If it was technical in nature, maybe insubstantial, which is administrative, it could be a P&Z review, it could be a council review, depending on the extent of those changes that are necessary. And the code is fairly clear about establishing these thresholds. But if it's not changing really the substance or the nature of the plan of the subdivision as it's defined, it's still a land use case. You got to go through a process. But depending on what that is, it could be the whole range of administrative to, a full subdivision review again, depending on the nature of the future proposed change. But I will say that plat, once the entitlements package is approved by council, the kind of next step where things really get locked into place is the recordation of that plat and related documents that, and once that plat's recorded, it's a little bit of a thing to redo a plat, to be honest with you. Ward, did that answer your question?
And I know you're always honest with us. Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. Thank you, Ben.
So should council land on some version of ordinance number 10? Like every plan development that we do at the city, and we've got a lot of them, there is a code-defined process to changing the provisions of a plan development approval. These can be done at all kinds of stages. This could be done immediately following City Council's approval of the entitlements package, but before the process comes in for building permit. We see that pretty regularly. As an example, the Lumberyard. We've done not the Lumberyard, Lift One Lodge, excuse me. We're talking about the Lumberyard this evening. Lift One Lodge. We've done a couple of insubstantial PD amendments that changed some minor elements of that project for technical purposes ahead of them doing the building permit. As they got into sort of the construction level design that was necessary for that complicated project, there were some things that had to shift around and move. Most of it was internal to the building, but we did some of those things administratively. So these kinds of changes could be done pretty immediately, but prior to the phases of the project coming in for building permit. Once the project got up and running, this could be done at any moment during the proposed project phasing. And as often the case, we do plan development amendments after projects are long built. If someone wants to come in and change some aspect of the project for current needs or current wants, there is a process that allows people to do it after a project's already been built. So the amendment process can happen really at any moment following the approval of the plan development. There's a lot of text up on the screen. There are basically 4 levels of plan development amendments. The first is insubstantial. This is administrative in its review. Council would not see this. Planning and zoning would not see this. Generally, these are for things that do not involve use, mass, or scale. These are things that may be technical in nature. We use these sometimes to memorialize things so that our future selves understand any changes that were made. But these are really for things that are not sort of undermining the intent of the plan development or important parts of the discussion when the plan development was approved. The next threshold up is what we call a minor project review. This goes straight to City Council in a one-step review. These are generally for things that involve use, mass, or scale, or things that otherwise change the basics of the PD while remaining true to the intent. So, for example, if you wanted to, as the project got up and running and maybe a partner came online and there was some decision that, the roof lines of the project needed some change, or there was a change needed to height, or there was a change needed to floor area, straight to City Council for consideration. That's different from the major review, however, which is where, if for whatever reason, 10 years from now, rather than, I'm using this very hypothetically, building number 3 was desired to be entirely a commercial building, that would be a major plan development amendment, kind of undermining or changing the intent of the PD, changing sort of what the PD was meant to achieve. And then the last one I want to talk a little bit about, because there are a lot of details in this proposal around things like architecture, landscaping, landing on final GMQS stuff could also be in this detailed review category with P&Z. So should there be some minor changes around those kinds of things, those could be a P&Z review. So I just want to emphasize that there's a clearly defined path in the land use code for making changes to PDs after the fact. It does require land use review. These are processes that city council, or that community development staff, city council, P&Z regularly consider, and is, I think, an option for council to think about as you're thinking about the degree to which this project gets locked in right now with Ordinance 10. As much as Ordinance 10 would define the project at this moment in time, 3 or 5 years down the road, this process would allow that plan development to flex to whatever that future need might be. Those are the topics that we wanted to cover with you. Happy to answer any questions and give any clarity on this.
Questions?
I just want to thank you for being so clear that I don't have to ask any questions. Thanks, Ben.
Sam?
Will we talk about the range for potential project dimensions later in this meeting, or if, like, yeah, later in this
Like the actual ranges?
yeah,
or
like that we can like
potentials?
work with, yeah, okay.
Yeah, for sure.
No, otherwise, thank you, this was great.
Ward or Bill, looking at you guys, any further questions on this part of the presentations this evening?
No question.
As usual,
but,
Ben, you're
appreciate
very
the clarity.
thorough.
Thank you, guys. All
Yeah,
right.
thanks so much, Ben.
Thank you, team. Next, we're going to have a presentation on some design questions from the June public hearing to make sure we've answered those and find out if there's any additional information needed on those details. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Chris Everson, Affordable Housing Development Project Manager. I'm with Randy Rhodes from our architect firm, Cushing Terrell, and Giles Thornley, our landscape architect with Connect One Design. At the June 6th, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Sorry. At the June 6th public hearing, the design team heard numerous questions about the proposed project. Due to the format of the June 6th meeting, didn't have an opportunity to answer those questions, and so Randy's presentation will focus specifically on the questions that we heard and provide some response to those design questions. Most of that information was already in the application, so there's really no new information here, although we can discuss alternatives if desired.
So we want to start off with just why is the proposed intersection and signal at the location where it's at. So it goes back to 2012, and that's this document that we have up on the screen. And this is a intergovernmental agreement between Pitkin County, City of Aspen, and CDOT. So this particular location was identified, not only the location of where Chris has got the cursor right now, the red dot, which would be the main entrance to the neighborhood, but also the closure of Sage Way is identified as a requirement of this. And so if you go to the next slide, the whole purpose of this whole CDOT effort is to make sure that this is a safe environment for cars and access to 82. So this is agreement between these three different governmental entities. So any change to that would require approval from all those entities. In the green box on the slide, that just shows the two specific components, the location of the signalized intersection and the closure of stageways. So both of those elements are incorporated and fundamental to the site layout.
It's just worth mentioning that we have a transportation presentation later, and we'll cover some of this again, so we're not going to spend too much time on it here.
And one other item just on the signal itself, just thinking about the future relationship, potential relationship with the airport and any kind of transportation, access, connections there. The design of this signalized intersection will be set up to be very flexible, so whatever that configuration or traffic signaling needs to happen in the future, it can happen. So there's nothing that's preventing that kind of future flexibility inherent in what's being proposed. And we'll talk about that more in the traffic section presentation later. So on this diagram that's in front of you that you've seen before, just showing where the signalized intersection is at 82 in the main entrance and how the traffic flows into and out of the site. And really the big part that we're trying to point out here is to address the question of why are the garage entrances where they're located. So first of all, just with the relationships of the grades on this site, there's about 20 feet of grade change. So in order to create the minimal slope from the street into the garage areas, we wanted to work with the existing grades. Another reason for them to be in the location where they are is that this puts those away from the main pedestrian routes on the site. And it also complies with the city's desire to have garage entrances on secondary facades, so side or rear facades. So this complies with that as well. We could go to the next slide. So as we look at this and we think about those relationships, we showed you this section to the right before, just specifically noting that that section is cut at each of those locations. Again, that these are off access directly off these public streets, that they're on secondary facades, and that they're set back 30 feet from the street. So that's a consistent design standard that we've maintained in all these relationships. Next slide. So we also had questions in the previous meeting about trash and how that's working. First of all, just the big notion is that this whole development is going to be professionally property managed. So there'll be property management personnel that would be responsible for picking up that trash that's in central locations inside the buildings along the corridors. So if you live there, you'd walk past that either to take the stairs downstairs or to take the elevators down. So these are central locations that the maintenance staff would be responsible for collecting those, collecting the trash, taking it to the elevator, taking it down to the basement, and then from the basement out to the trash locations where the trash trucks would pick them up. So the relationship between the garage doors and the trash locations is intentional. And again, it puts the trash on a secondary facade on the rear of the property, away from the majority of the vehicular circulation. So we've got some details on this slide that talk about the sizes. We've sat down with city environmental and talked through best procedures and making sure that the spaces that we have inside the buildings and the spaces that we're showing outside the buildings are adequate for the amount of folks that are going to be living here, the amount of trash. We've thought through and looked at the number of times that it would need to get picked up per week, and that's 3 in order to have all this, the space and the allocation inside the building makes sense. And noting that all the exterior dumpster locations would be wildlife resistant as needed by code. So we also had questions about just what the corridors are going to be like, and are there going to be some stairs? And so we've shown this slide or similar slides like this before, but just want to emphasize that connection to natural daylight is critical. We're going to have 6-foot wide passageways down these corridors so that there's plenty of room for folks to get past each other as they're coming and going. These insets at each of the entry doors allows for a little sense of place, a little different lighting, maybe some material changes, so that helps break up that long hallway. Natural light at the end of these corridors, and large communal spaces along the corridors that would allow for some casual gathering areas, places where, also at those communal areas where these stairs that could go from floor to floor, so you don't necessarily have to take the elevator if you don't want to. It's just, yeah, thank you, Chris. So the stairs are in these central locations, both natural light around those areas. We think that it's important to provide that stair opportunity other than the fire stairs that are required by code, because it really just encourages folks to exercise and get up and down the stairs and have an option instead of elevators. Next slide. So you could see in this diagram, we put some color on the corridors and then those common spaces off those corridors. So you could see that these are linked to the exterior. They're linked to these common spaces, and they flow through each of the buildings all the way through, including on building 1 on the far right-hand side, all the common community room spaces that would essentially be all glass around the exterior walls. Next slide. So we also had questions about the unit size and flexibility. So we see these as efficient sized units, that they're not excessive. They align with the Aspen-Pitkin County Housing Authority guidelines. These can be stick-built or prefab. We've got them designed to be flexible so that if modular is the route that's taken, because it's possible that could be a faster way to go about getting the buildings built, it's ready for that. Also, the PD includes a 2% increase allowance for the maximum limit on the gross floor area, so there's flexibility there. But the bottom line, those 3 different diagrams circled in red, circled in green, circled in yellow, show you that each of these units types are built up of these modules. So we've really concentrated on trying to make this very efficient, so it's cost effective and it would be fast to build. But they work together and they lock together to create a building type, so they're not really sort of a unit unto itself. It's the way that the 1 bedroom works next to the 2 bedrooms, so that there's an outside patio area or balcony area. It's inherent that this is all working together as a building, not just a bunch of units. We also had a long process that we've gone through in terms of our thinking, starting off with 310 units and 448 bedrooms. And you could see that through the whole process from November 23rd, 2020 to May 16th, 2022, we're now at 277 units, and we actually have more bedrooms than we started with, 467. That was a clear conversation and discussion that we wanted to focus and prioritize occupant count, so the number of bedrooms over the unit count. So we've got this final mix based on community feedback, where there was a desire for more 2 bedrooms and no studios. The for sale units are also based on the desire coming from the community. Income mix is based on market research and community need. The income mix and the rental fees are flexible, so that's something that can be looked at and can evolve over time. The unit size aligns with Aspen-Pitkin County's Housing Authority's guidelines, and this ultimate 277 unit approach provides some elbow room on the site, and we spent a lot of time talking about some advantages of that in previous meetings. So we're showing this slide because there was a question about why aren't we utilizing the car share? And so there was some exploration of that during the TIA. And what we understand is that was attempted to be used at ABC, and it hasn't really been utilized that much. Now, the truth is that even though it's not being proposed today, at any point in the future, if car share was desired, everywhere where you see green along in the parking on this diagram, those are flexible, open spaces for folks to park. So any one of those could be picked as a car share. location, or multiple could be, if that was a desire in the future. So it's totally up to what folks desire down the road. So that's a possibility to have that kind of other transportation opportunity included in the project. So we had questions about why the pedestrian underpass at the intersection at 82. So first of all, there's been a lot of conversation, a lot of discussion about the pedestrian-friendly nature and pedestrian-first design of this site. So prioritizing trail connectivity improvement is also a big point that we've discussed and we've looked at and facilitated as part of this design. The at-grade crossing as it exists today is a more dangerous condition than what we're proposing with the pedestrian underpass that would separate people, bikers, from any kind of traffic at all. The increased traffic and speed on the trail with e-bikes and folks commuting is something that's going to be recognized and more safe with this approach. This prepares for future needs as potentially more people decide to utilize this safe and convenient route to get to and from work or get to town. And it's consistent with other areas along the trail. You see the picture at Trescott there of the trail that goes underneath that intersection. So there's precedent for this kind of an approach. This was discussed with City Parks and found to be very, very preferred kind of approach with them as well. So we had a question about just the exterior lighting. We had shown this, this image before. So we recognize that there's dark sky requirements, there's various other requirements with the city, and this plan aligns with those. It's something that can allow this neighborhood that's pedestrian focused to be safe for folks both on the sidewalk and on the streets. And what's crucial here is that this the fixtures that are included, they comply with all those requirements, and we would look to just refine this further as the design evolves, but the current plan that's in front of you does comply with all the city requirements. So we also had some questions just about the relationship between the buildings and the 82, and if there's opportunities for berming and other kinds of things that we could do to help with the sound issues. This section is cut at Building 3, and you can see the building on the far right-hand side, the sidewalk, the street trees, the cars in the street, then you can see the carport areas on the back side of the carport. That's where the bike trail, hiking trail would go, and then beyond that, on out to 82, there'd be some landscaping, and then 82. So in coordination with CDOT, the opportunity to create any berms there is not going to be allowed by 82 for their safety requirements. But what we recognize and what we see as the opportunity here is that these carports at the location in front of Building 3 actually really provide some of that sound blocking characteristic that we were looking for from the berms. So what we'll do is we'll continue to investigate that and make sure that the decisions we make as that design evolves on the carports does everything it can to help mitigate those sound issues. This is an image showing that relationship of sort of the backs of those carports to the trail and then to 82. So we had some questions about site density and just what's driving some of the opportunities for other berming. And what we looked at was in front of Building 1, there's issues there just with, by the time we get the CDOT right-of-way in, get the trail in, get parking along the street at the frontage road, there's very limited space for actually any kind of a berming on our side of the property. But you could see the level of tree planting that's happening all along on both sides of the trail, as well as right at the entrance near the bus stop. There's not only is that a stormwater detention, retention area, but it's also a very densely planted, landscaped area. So in terms of providing a buffer and an acoustic separation from 82, we're going to maximize the opportunity for landscaping to help with that. So in talking about the building height, there were some questions about the solar panels, and we just wanted to point out that what we're showing is a condition that we're going to have to evolve the actual details of this through the course of the design, but right now this concept allows for the solar panels themselves to work and have other HVAC equipment underneath them. So it's actually protecting, the solar panels end up protecting those condensers that would be sitting up on the roof. I think that as we further evolve the design, we could provide you with lots of renderings and lots of different vantage points. So our opportunity to fine tune this over the course of the design is there. The height in the PD is a maximum, and so we'll look for ways to lower that as we evolve the design, but we want to be able to have some flexibility on the design end as the site, like I said, it's got 20 feet of grade change across the site, so there might be some areas where there's opportunities to help at least create the appearance of less height. So the solar panels themselves, they're positioned for maximum collection. And so the ability to change that slope or that direction is relatively limited, but we can look at just where it's attached, how close it is to the edge of the building, things like that. So what we've shown you to date is trying to really communicate the character and nature and feel. And the details of this will be further designed as we move through. The other advantages of the solar panels is they provide some shade, not only, like I said, for the equipment on the roof, but also at the fourth level, at those balconies. There's actually, it's shading and protecting those areas from some snow and sun. And just big point, any changes to this solar array in terms of reducing the number of panels, it's going to have direct impact on our sustainability and the mechanical strategy. So as we've designed this, these are all tied together. This is a kind of a integrated design approach from the beginning. So we looked at the city's climate action plan, and we went through a long process to explain different procedures and different approaches on how we could help achieve those goals. And so any kind of changes to the solar panels, we'd have to go back and re-examine some of those initial decisions. Again, just talking about the history of some of the things that we've looked at along the way, we did show an option where we would pull back that fourth floor, and that's what this section is showing, where we would remove some units that faced 82, and that would provide for the potential for a appearance of less height, at least at that face that's directly along 82. We had conversation with council about the impact of that and the fact that that would end up resulting in a unit reduction. And after discussion and deliberation about that, the decision was no, it doesn't make sense to take away that many units. And so after this point in the conversation, the evolution of the discussion, we decided the decision was let's move forward without taking those units out. We did bring a video here just to recap that analysis and to show three-dimensionally just the two approaches. So we could run that video. So this is an aerial showing all three buildings, and the camera will kind of zoom in here and come down to 82 and start heading up. So you see you're heading up Valley here, coming up to what would be the intersection and the entrance. You see Mountain Rescue right there. That's building 2 beyond. And then you see building 3. And you see the backs of those carports there. Kind of coming down and heading down valley here. So building 3. And again, this is the stay the course 310 units, keeping all those 4th floor units at face 82. So now you see building 1 coming through the intersection, building 1 to the right there. You see some little bit of berming. And now we'll show you, this will run again, and this will show what we call the elbow room scheme, which is 266 units. So you see the reduction, the units at building 1. You see those have been removed. As we come up to building 3, you'll get another chance to see the difference visually. So this is building 2. Those were not, because they set back from 82. So that's building 3 beyond. And then we'll turn and head back southbound.
So we showed this video, I think it was 75% schematic design, and this would have represented a 54-unit reduction. So the reduction to try to show that 4th floor setback, council decided instead to ask us to sort of amalgamate the 2 plans and maintain the bedroom count. So you ended up with 277 units, but you didn't lose any bedrooms from the 75% schematic design to your final schematic design, if you recall.
And so this diagram just talks about relationships of the building 1st floor, finished floor to the adjacent grades. So everything in green that you see is less than 3 feet difference from the finished floor to the exterior grade. And then the other 2 colors, it starts to get 3 foot, then even more to the dark red. So then the reason that the red is there is not only does the site naturally slope that direction, you can see on the street behind building 2, those grades, those are 1 foot contours working themselves down to the elevation to get to those garage entries. So that's working with existing grade, getting that water to that back triangular corner. So that's picking up all the storm water from the whole site. Naturally, the grades all work towards that point. And it provides an opportunity for us to get into these garages with the minimal amount of slope into the garage. And we just see that as not only it makes sense to work with the site, but it makes sense for it to be on a secondary elevation, and it also is away from the major pedestrian moves as well as the rest of the traffic on the site. I think that's the last one, Chris.
The last question I had from June 6th was, why is this stick-built and not prefabricated? The designs that we showed of the units within the building, the way they sort of fit together as puzzle pieces, it's designed to be construction efficient, but it's not designed specifically to be either prefabricated or stick-built. Could be either, could be panelized. The design is basically agnostic to means and methods, but tries to provide a high level of flexibility and a high level of efficiency in being able to construct as swiftly as possible.
All right. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Let's go back to the beginning. I think you had 14 different items in there, so let's go back. And if it'd be helpful if you'd actually go back on your presentation.
Sure.
This is a question that a couple of council members were wondering about, the intersection and improvements there, the 2012 CDOT Access Control Plan, and the like. So I want to start off with any questions around this. I see a hand up from Ward. I'll start with you, Ward.
Well, yeah, mine was more at the tail end about, if we're gonna get to that, was about the area between Highway 82 and building number 3 for berm and sound, but if we're going back to the beginning, we'll work.
Yep, we'll come back to that. Any questions specific to this intersection? Sam?
So just for the public awareness, can you explain the complicated nature of why, again, underpass and overpass doesn't work and what it would take to acquire the land across the street? And yeah, I think that's something that I just think needs to be known.
Would it be okay with council if we discuss that during the transportation presentation, because we have slides that directly address it?
Sure. Do you have any other questions on this?
No.
All right. Bill?
I was gonna say the same. I think that there's a lot of information still to come, so, would like to see that before asking questions. Thanks.
Okay. Then I have a question on this area, and maybe you could go to another site map that shows that, because mine is more a question about just that entire intersection. If you go forward to,
Right
okay,
there?
that'll
How's
do
that?
it. That'll do it, actually. So my question for you is about this area here. My understanding is that Sage Road is going to be closed off.
That's correct.
So there's somewhat of a likelihood that people will be entering the ABC through this intersection. Not as a primary intersection, but definitely secondary. So I'm wondering, why is this like that? This seems to be kind of convoluting a little bit of this exchange. I want to tie this into my question from the last time about why the garage entrances are over there instead of over here. So I'm just wondering if this was able to be pulled back and make this more of an intersection that happens here, would we be able to put garage entrances, say, there?
So I'll just start with, there's a couple things going on. One, the queuing of cars waiting to come out onto 82, like a lineup of cars waiting at that light, need some space to do that, to get out. And also there's an entrance into Mountain Rescue there's been a lot of coordination, a lot of discussion about their need to be able to get in and out of that, of their parking lot safely with the big equipment that they have. And so I'd say those two factors, but I'd say probably the most important thing is that when we started working on this overall site plan, pushing the buildings back into the site, getting them away from 82, and then also keeping them so they weren't right on top of the neighbors, the neighboring buildings, was important. And creating a pedestrian relationship and a pedestrian arrival point was critical in our early discussions. And having this bus stop at this central location in a place where there's enough length of street for that bus to stop, and there would be a shelter, and then for it to be able to make a turn and get back out and get out to 82, all those things together. Then on top of that, that space ends up being a very important triangle behind that bus stop for water retention on that part of the site, because right now there's water that comes directly on this site off of 82 in a manner that needs to be controlled and needs to be retained. So there's at least those 4 or 5 different things all coming together at the same point. The issue about, back to your question about the garage doors being at that front facade location, it would be a direct violation of the design requirements from the city about putting garage doors on secondary facades. That would be a primary facade. It would also put a lot of circulation, a lot of cars in and out at that primary intersection that I think probably would be seen as a traffic issue. Then the last thing is it would be about a 13-foot drop down in a pretty sharp, direct, sloped driveway to get down into the basement, since the basements are below, since they're about 12 feet-ish below the first floor.
I see this as problematic in the design. I appreciate all the reasons that you just gave. I would ask, did you try, in the face of all those obstacles and challenges, did you try? Did you look at it?
We have never had a scheme that had the garage entries being on the fronts along this frontage road. We've never looked at that as a approach to get the cars into the basements.
I thought I had seen some iterations that might have had the garage entrance on the west side or something like that. But again, I see that as somewhat problematic in that area. I'd be interested in any improvement to that as this comes back to us for the ordinance. But that's me. I don't know if anybody else sees what I see in that, but that's my take.
Yeah, let's do that. So just final thing is just that the sidewalk area that's in that tone is really intended to be kind of a pedestrian first kind of area. Yes, cars are going to be flowing through that. Yes, buses are going to be coming through that, but it's a raised patterned area. And so the idea that folks on bikes and folks on foot are flowing across that, flowing into the plaza spaces on the site, that this is a people primarily type space, that's just been kind of part of this from the beginning kind of concept.
I totally appreciate it, but this is the entrance intersection. So like, I mean, yeah, we can say it's pedestrian friendly all we want. We can color code the pavement and stuff, but I'm just, from my perspective, I look at this and I see it as a challenge to the design. I also, as I said last time, the fact that people have to come in and then drive the perimeter of this, and I can't tell, is this one way?
No, it's not. There's two-way traffic in
So
each
it's two-way
direction.
traffic going around the entire perimeter of these two buildings. I just, I would look for better. As we look to this coming back for our public hearings, again, for me, I would look for improvement on this situation. But that's just me, and I'm 1 of 5. So
I concur with you, Tori. I think the space could be used better for pedestrian circulation than these roads that are all the way around the back of the building. Could you reduce the amount of road, increase the amount of pedestrian circulation and green space, et cetera, rather than force it into the back of the building? I think it's a very valid point.
So the street system, the street setup and layout was a big part of that was the fire protection, coordination with the fire department and the ability to get access throughout this entire site, get to all areas of the buildings, be able to fight a fire in all those locations. So we did show and we went through a number of initial variations on street patterning and layout, but ultimately through that coordination with the fire marshal, the necessity to be able to get this level of access was really paramount. And this also provides a pedestrian route all around the entire site into the trails, and it's all interconnected. So, and all these streets also provide the parking. Half of the parking is under the buildings, half of the parking is along the streets for all the residents and guests.
Ward?
Yeah, thank you. I like the design the way it is. I don't share your and Bill's concerns. I know that we pushed it back as far as we could to give as much room and push it up to Deer Hill as much as possible. And I think that by having traffic flow to the back, it frees up the area, the entrance area, so that we don't have queuing there. But we'll discuss that. But I don't share your concern on that. And you asked for feedback. Thanks.
Ward. Appreciate it. Any others?
Yeah, I share your concern, and I do think it'd be great to get, I think the streets all around are a great design, but I think the parking garage in the front would be great to get cars parked as quickly as possible and have less cars going around the buildings.
Just to point out, I understood, and I just want to make sure everybody's clear that the cars will always 100% of the time always be going around all the buildings because the parking, 50% of the parking
But
is
not
along the street.
100% of the cars.
Yeah.
You're
True,
right, there
true,
will be
true.
roads.
So 50% of the cars, because
But-
there's only 50% of the parkings under the buildings, will be going, making that route back.
Yep.
So 100% of the cars don't do the whole route.
Right. You know, again, and Sarah's looking for clarification. All I'm looking to, I want to be assured that it's been thought of, that it's been looked at, and that it is discounted because it cannot happen. If there's challenges to it, I get it. But, you know, for me, looking at a site map like this, I just wonder to myself, I mean, if you think about almost everywhere you go, that garage entrance is primary because they want them off the street, not on the street. So that's where I'm at, is I want to know that it's been considered. I want to know that it's been taken off the table because it doesn't work, not
So-
because of maybe conflicting goals that we would talk about.
Well, we need clarity whether you want us to violate the design guidelines and issue a variance for that through the PD process. Because we were told to take those design considerations and meet them to the most possible extent as a private developer with this project. And that means not putting these garage entrances along Highway 82 because that's the primary facade of your buildings. So that is a significant change in design direction on an element to have us remove it. So I would encourage this go to the debate list for the council, and so that you can get through the rest of these questions. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I would like that to go on the debate list. Again, I just feel like if there's the potential there, and if the reason that we're not pursuing it is because our design guidelines prefer other, but it would work best, then yeah, I would of course consider something that's against stated design guidelines. I also can't really tell from this or how it would look if the garage entrances were there. Would they be something that is not in keeping with our expectations for design? I don't know. Chris?
Just a reminder, we've heard both at P&Z, my mic off?
Yeah.
We've heard both at P&Z and here at the council table in public comment about concerns with the interface with the ABC. I'd suggest that the design as proposed with this as a pedestrian-first area would not encourage folks to utilize this as a pass-through to the ABC. I think that it might discourage folks from considering this as, a way to readily get back and forth through the ABC. So just, a reminder of what we've heard from some of those folks about the concern at the interface with the ABC.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I will say, just in fairness, it's possible that putting the entry and exit to the parking garage is a deterrent from people getting their car. Because from that, it will take you as long to go get your car as it would take you to go get on the bus. So it's maybe not all bad.
Well, it's a great point. It's
About that at length.
It's a great
not all
point, that it's like, actually, it's more convenient to walk across the street and get on a bus.
So, like I said, I don't know what the alternative would look like because I haven't seen it. So, in answer to Sarah's kind of question was, hey, we have design guidelines that don't really promote that. I get it. I don't know if it's possible, what it would look like, or I need to know that the design team has thought about it and that you had the flexibility. I mean, so much of this has been designed through committee up here of giving direction about our goals, our values, and what we want. But I always look at you guys for knowing a little bit better about what design works and what we can get done, not just what we want.
Well, you made that really clear when we did the whole elbow room scheme and came back with, it wasn't just one or two, it was a lot of differences, and we pointed out some of them small, some of them major, and so you've given us that opportunity to show you things. But just this particular item, my first concern is that it's the amount of driveway that it would take,
Yeah.
the distance, and what that would disruption to the landscaping and just that street character. So just quick reaction, and we'll talk about this more later, but, and maybe what we'll do is we'll have to show you a quick diagram of what that would look like.
Yeah, I don't know if it's possible or not, from all the challenges that you just said. I don't know, but I'm just wondering. And that was item number one. So let's just move through these. We'll come back a little bit, I think you said, to some of the information regarding underpass and intersection and the like.
Yeah.
We had trash removal.
We went to trash access. I think that was another question of mine from that last meeting.
Yeah,
I
it
just
was.
wanted to make sure that it was,
You're clear that residents aren't taking this trash out themselves. This is something that the maintenance staff is the ones that are taking the trash from the building out to the exterior trash enclosure, and the trash truck is picking it up there.
yeah, and mine were general concerns. You know, waste is a part of life. It's a part of everybody's life. And what we try to do here is both trash, recycling, as well as composting. The city has plans for composting to be implemented for even residentials within a number of years. So I wanted to make sure that the trash was something that was usable, and then on the pickup side, as least intrusive as possible. So that was the content of my questions regarding the trash.
The answer is yes. We've worked with City Environmental. We've got the spaces inside the building sized not only for the trash, the recycling, and the compost, and then same thing outside. And we've looked at, it's already sized to take on that future requirement related to composting. And we've talked through that in a lot of detail with staff.
Thanks. Bill?
Thanks. It feels early to have this conversation, but wondering if the design team looked at trash chutes rather than trash rooms on each floor. Something that, you know, would all go down to the bottom floor so that trash carts didn't need to be going in the elevators on a daily basis.
Yes, we did consider trash chutes, but the issue with trash chutes is that they do malfunction, they do clog, they are a kind of a potential maintenance issue, and there's trash compactors that are necessary down in the basement, and there's the mess and there's mess with all trash, but in buildings like this, of this scale, in the industry, folks have gotten away from trash chutes and trash compactors in buildings like this. So this would be more of a kind of current industry standard approach on how to deal with trash in a building like this.
We've got the trash and the compost and the recycling, so those would need to be separated, but also, as part of the due diligence, we not only worked with City Environmental Health, but we also interviewed property management staff from similar scale buildings. In fact, some of the buildings in town that we looked at here in terms of size and scale, Aspen Square is one of those. They look at trash management of this nature as a necessary part of the operation given the scale of the buildings. So we did seek out some property managers here in Aspen who operate buildings of a similar scale and attempted to sort of take their best practices into account in the design process.
Thanks.
Stairways and stairwells, that was a question of mine. I just wanted to know that the way that we are designing the common space is not as tight and restrictive and unpleasant for use as it can be. So,
Mayor, that photograph in the lower right-hand corner that shows the stairwell there, that's actual built condition of a project I did in Pittsburgh. And that's a two-story space. It's all glass. That's right near the entrance. So folks walk in the door. The elevators are directly to the left, so you could get easy access to the elevator, but you got easy access to the stair. And it's well lit. There's little seating areas. There's interior landscaping. So the quality of those common spaces and the fact that we've got these nice stairs that are going to be open and airy in these open and airy spaces, I think are going to add to a very nice community, nice feel inside the buildings for all the folks.
Next one, we can skip a couple of these that are on this part of the memo, the unit mix as well as the sizes. Those are a different discussion. There's a question here about car share.
So that was one where I said there's car share isn't in the plan right now, but it could be anywhere where you see green in the future if we decided that car share would be important and good to do, it could be located in any of those spots.
And just for other council members to consider is, we had several conversations at the table last council, about possibilities, or there was some support, not majority support, for car share units or units that were prioritized for non-car owners or something like that. That didn't get far. This has been a conversation that goes around the wheel. Parking, auto demand, whether it's a parking spot for somebody that actually uses their car or just has a car, and car storage, if you will. So for any other council members that have any ideas or thoughts or want to ask our design team about different opportunities, we will get more in depth into transportation in just a little bit. Pedestrian underpass, that is across the intersection entry and exit. Does anybody have any questions regarding the pedestrian underpass at this point? Exterior lighting. And I'll just say that was one exterior lighting plan. I guess I'd be interested in, a ground level view or a building profile view of what light it will be emanating, if you will.
Sure.
Next item. Yeah, the highway adjacency and the carports. This is something that came to us for both screening, but also greening. And then I had a question about second levels on carports. If we could lessen the amount of underground parking and put some of it above ground, if there was an opportunity for two-level carports. I don't think there is, but I had to bring it up.
Yeah, just the physical ramping that would be necessary to get up to that, and what that would do just to the green space and views and things like that. I think that the trade-offs with that would be probably not preferred.
And then the part that kind of dovetails into is the berming on the backside of the carports. We've had somebody that's been sharing different hopes for this project, and one of them is that the backside of the carports would actually be more bermed, natural, or grassed. Is that something that is a possibility?
So the relationship of the CDOT right-of-way, that's just the dimensions that remain when we lay out that parking along the front of Building 3, there's physically not room for that. But where Chris had the cursor before, behind Building 2, that relationship right there is actually, we're cutting into grade. So the rear side of that parking carport, it will be partially into grade. So that wouldn't have that same dimension of exposed construction.
Yep.
And so the opportunity for that to even be more integrated into the landscape is there.
So I guess that's the question for the other side of the project, things that are on the 82 side about, like I said, green roofs, green backs, green berming, whatever you want to call it. That is something that people have shown interest in. So again, for our public hearings, it'd be nice to just have some information about that and possibilities there.
Okay.
I've got a hand up from Bill and then Ward. Bill?
Thanks. A little bit off topic, but when I was looking at the highway adjacency section there, wondering, was there ever a scheme studied where some or all of the solar panels were located on top of the carports as opposed to the building roofs?
Yes. Yes. We started with them kind of in all possible locations, and then we recognized that in order to hit the energy goals that we've got established. We were able to achieve that through the amount that we have on the building, and so currently we don't have those on the roofs of the carports, but that's a possibility. And then we'd have to think through, how are we going to utilize that additional power that's being generated there, how it gets, how it gets connected to the rest of the system. But that's a possibility. We did look at that.
Great, and I'm sure this is not a question you can answer now, but I'd love to understand what percentage of the solar panels could be moved to the carport roofs if possible, roughly.
Yeah, that's a knowable thing. Yeah, Bill, we can come back to you with that.
That'd be great, and we're going to come back to that in
Thanks.
just a moment as well. Thanks, Bill. Ward?
Yeah, my questions are along building 3 in the diagram. One of the pictures you had, it showed that there was more room between Highway 82 and building 3 than there is between Highway 82 and building 1, or building 3 and 1. And what opportunities we have for very thick tree planting, what's the most we can do on that area between the trail and Highway 82? And is, just to toss out a possibility, I know in cities you see where you have a wall that perhaps an ugly concrete wall, but it could be gussied up, that would just help with the sound cushioning between the highway and building 3. So I guess the direct question is, it looks like there's more room between building 3 and 82 than there is between building 1 and 82, yet it was presented that there's no room there for any berming.
The issue, Ward, with the berming is that CDOT will not allow berming to happen on the CDOT right-of-way. So where the cursor is right now, that's the trail, and literally the trail abuts the backside of the carport. And so then beyond that is CDOT right-of-way. We started off with conversations with CDOT about berming, about raising some berms for all the reasons that we think that they'd be good, landscaping significantly along that area. In those discussions, CDOT's got safety concerns about anything at all in that right-of-way. So that as it sits today, CDOT says no berming, zero berming in their right-of-way, and very, very limited landscaping. And so that's something that we're going to go back to them and try to work with them some more. But that's just the current feedback and reaction that we've had from the team at CDOT as we've coordinated with them.
Is this,
Okay, I appreciate that, but if you go back to that last slide, if you look at the distance between building 1 and the highway, there's less distance there, but more trees planted.
Yeah, so in that case, you see where the trail is, and there's trees that we show on the opposite side of the trail, and there's just a little sliver. You see the dashed line, that's the right-of-way line. We've got some trees on our side of the property line, but none out in the CDOT right-of-way. But you're right, there's more space right there. So what I was trying to emphasize earlier is that we recognize the opportunity here is to really work with Giles' team to plant that to the maximum with the right kind of species of trees that are going to help visually and acoustically create some separation between 82 and the front of building 1.
this area
So
where
Randy,
I have the cursor right now.
dotted line that
part of
the
the
dotted
CDOT
line
right-of-way.
that you can see in front of building 1, that just goes right adjacent to the west of the trail on building 3.
It's about 4
Adjacent to the
feet.
trail on 83.
Yeah,
Building
yeah.
3.
So yes, you're reading it correctly. That right-of-way for CDOT does change. It's not a consistent 6 feet off of the edge of existing 82. I don't know if that's for their future potential lane widening or other kind of items. We just plotted in the right-of-way limits as we understand them, and that was the basis of our conversations with them.
Thank you, Randy.
You're welcome.
On this topic, I think what you're hearing from a majority of council members is just concern about the interface between the highway, the presence of the development, as much greening, screening as possible. I think that we would all like to see whatever you have, to offer to increase that. And maybe that just includes in your depictions about what you think that you can do with foliage. But there is definitely a commonly held question around how it interfaces with the highway, but also how the buildings themselves are impacted by both the highway and the airport, noise, visual, etc. So we'd like some more information as we have our public hearing. Sam?
Yeah, on that exact topic, I'm wondering if the porches facing the highway could be filled with like trees and shrubs and stuff like that. They do it in an apartment building in Milan, Italy, and it's a gorgeous facade, and I feel like rather than using those decks that are facing the highway and collecting all that noise, they could just be like green facing.
Super cool idea.
It's not my idea.
Oh,
It's in an apartment building in Milan and other places from a very famous architect, Stefano Boeri, and I think it would look gorgeous in that spot and make it not an eyesore, but rather just like a marvel of like Aspen's entrance.
We'll study that.
You can take a look at it. The balcony space, people very much appreciate it. So we haven't heard that from our surveys and from the community, but it did come up in some of our early iterations. So we can always look at it. Again, that just goes along with what we're saying. Screening, greening, as much as we can is what we're looking for.
Thank you.
Yeah.
John, some comments here?
Yeah, I just want to echo what's already been said. I have also heard this back from community members that one of the biggest things that people don't like about this are visual impacts. And of course, we are concerned about the noise and the pollution and ozone impacts from the airport. So glad to know that that's a concern of ours. I sure would like to know more about berming if there was any chance to do that. But thanks for the info.
One of the last items I think I have here on the list then obviously is overall height, massing, density, but really other opportunities to reduce the height because of the solar panels. For me, I am concerned about 64 feet of height as it's depicted. I wonder if there are better opportunities for the solar panels, whether that's on carports or a reduction in the units, like I said before, elbow room, removing some of the fourth floor that faces the airport side and putting solar panels on that level. I don't want to lose a whole bunch of units, but it's possible that there are some that make sense because of noise from the airport and because of the opportunity to bring solar panels down off the roof. I know that other council members as well are concerned about the height and the massing. So we are looking for, as we move to public hearing, to have as much information and options or opportunities discussed. The last thing that I will say, and then I know that others have comment, but we had conversation around this and meeting our green goals here. And we wanted to put solar on site because we identified that as one of the best ways to do direct offset. But part of the conversation that may not have gotten enough attention was bang for buck. Locating solar panels on site is one option. You get to enough of them, they have a greater impact. Right now, I think from what we've schematiced out is a 75% offset on site.
Correct.
But part of the discussion that I remember and that I've been reminded about was that maybe there is better opportunity to not have solar panels on site, but to be looking for opportunities off-site. And I'm just wondering about all those kind of things working together as we look to decrease height as much as we can or where we can. Unit count and opportunities for moving those solar panels. You said in your presentation that right now the solar panels that are on the roof are actually doing some good for the mechanicals. And maybe this is just a question of council's appetite of so many units, the desire to go to 4 stories, but also to include solar panels on the roof are just driving this conversation. So I'm just looking to see if there's any other avenues. Bill brought up one about more solar panels on the carports. So as we go to public hearings, that's what I'm looking for, is just those opportunities.
Mr. Mayor, if I may interrupt, we're hearing a lot of opinion, not clarifying questions right now, and I really would like us to get through clarifying questions because these are intermingled topics. And so just bringing back options at the public hearing, we need to narrow things down much further than that. There needs to be agreement on what's getting narrowed down and what a majority of you say is off the table. And so I'd encourage us to continue to move through this and get to the transportation component as well.
Okay, then my direct question to you is, can you please discuss the difference between on-site versus off-site solar? That's what it's gonna come down to. And when it comes to on-site, what are the opportunities and options for displacing some of them from the roofs?
Is it worth any reminders about some of the conversations we had along the way about sustainability?
No.
Let's wait and see if it makes the debate list.
Ward?
Yeah, thank you, Tori. I want this on a debate list. One of the values I was earlier today was jotting down some of the values that we had defined at the very beginning of the conceptual design process, maybe 3 years ago. And one of them was to be leaders in greenhouse gas reduction and renewable energy, embedded energy and materials, all of those things we wanted to be a leader on. But in one of the justifications we had for using solar on site is that it shows the community that we care, that we're concerned about it, and it's right out there for everybody to see. But I think that it is something I would like to open for discussion without saying, Sarah, you said it's off the table. I don't know what that means, it's off the table. But I will say that removing the solar from the roofs of the structures will reduce the visual impact as long as those solar gains and renewable energy generation and battery storage gets back into the grid in perhaps in the form of a solar farm. But to address the issue of mass and scale, height, and visual impact, that's something that I would be interested in discussing. I don't want to lose the greenhouse gas reduction and renewable energy goals and values that we agreed upon several years ago, but it's a question of where.
Thanks, Ward. 1 second, John. You know, earlier you said something about some of the solar panels were actually used as a design element, creating either shade or weather. So I'm just wondering, is there more opportunity for that? That's what I'm saying. And it's the same that Ward's saying. We don't want to necessarily lose them, but is it possible to put them somewhere else so that they're not adding to the overall height? John.
And Tori, just to chime in, I do not want to lose unit count as it relates to generation.
Yep. John.
Yeah, the discussion about the solar panels, I understand the concerns about height and massing, and the solar panels don't really help in that perception, but I would remind council that, number one, if we move the solar panels off-site, you lose a lot of the energy that's generated just through the transmission of the power. And the other thing that sticks out in my mind was that we really wanted to celebrate the solar panels and show, again, like Ward said, show the community that we are designing for the future. Again, I understand the comments about height and massing. Thanks.
And we're not talking about losing them. We're talking about, looking at alternatives to maintaining them, utilizing them without increasing height. Sam, did you have a comment on this?
Yeah, I mean, one comment is I wonder where the technology with solar panels is going by the time these get built, and then even when they're built into the future. Secondly, I do agree with that if they could be moved off-site or around the site to not be a part of the huge mass and scale, that would be a wonderful thing to add to the design. And third, like, I'm hoping that in our first discussion that we talk about like maximum or minimum unit size and bedroom size flexibility, which I think might help with the solar panel discussion.
Thank you.
Just one more quick comment. I just want to point out that the massing and height is a big issue, but we don't need to reduce the massing or height if we can hide the structures from the most common place they're being seen from, which is the highway. So again, if there's an effective way to, I know we're being told by CDOT berming can't happen, but if there's a way to do something other than just with trees to hide these structures, then we wouldn't have to be talking about reducing their mass and scale.
All right. That's it for that list, except for the items that we're going to come back to. We have some transportation and the unit mix. Unit mix and table that'll be in the ordinance for the public hearing.
Would we want to talk about the unit mix right now?
Did you want to go back to that?
I don't know.
So right now, I have about 18 things on the list for you to refine in your thinking tonight. So I'd suggest we move on to transportation. I have unit mix
Great.
as one of those already. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Once again, Chris Everson. I've got Charlie Alexander with Farron Piers, a little overwhelmed right now, who is our transportation engineer. We've got some background information about the transportation drivers for the project, information about the transportation impact analysis, as well as the overall approach to transportation and parking management. Under the municipal code, Ordinance 8 of 2014 was replaced in 2016 by an approach to transportation and parking management that was meant to be more of a unified transportation and mobility approach. That is under Ordinance 32 of 2016, so that's part of your municipal code. It attempts to deal with transportation and overall parking management in a more holistic manner. And so that's the driver of how we approach the overall transportation, parking management, overall mobility for the project. That section of the municipal code under Section 26-515, it talks about the applicability of the TIA guidelines the transportation impact analysis guidelines, shows specifically, this table is in your municipal code, about how a major or minor project is determined under the code. Specifically, the lumberyard is considered a major project under the municipal code because of its location outside of the roundabout. That means that a level 2 transportation impact analysis is required. I won't go through all of this information here, but it does specifically state in the code that we're required to hire a transportation engineer, Charlie Alexander, to perform the transportation analysis. And I think most importantly, once the impacts are determined, the project must then mitigate those impacts. And so Charlie will talk about how the impacts are determined and how the impacts are mitigated. There's some information here about some of the mitigation techniques, but I will let Charlie get more into specifically what are the requirements under the Level 2 Transportation Impact Analysis within the City of Aspen Municipal Code.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. So starting off first in what we study through a transportation impact analysis. This is defined by the city's Transportation Impact Analysis, or TAA, guidelines. So this is the city's basically policy and guidance broadly to the development community about what they need to do in studying the impacts and mitigating those impacts with the development. As Chris mentioned, this development met the criteria for a level 2 TIA, which included a few different things of note, and Chris is highlighting the figure that comes from the code in regards to the type of TIA that's necessary. The first is a review of the site plan. This is largely to ensure that a licensed engineer has reviewed the roadways throughout the site to make sure that they are safe and meet relevant design criteria for all modes of transportation, people driving, people walking, people biking. The second is an analysis of the project's trip generation and an analysis of the capacity of the broader transportation system. This is where we look at things like level of service. That's a measure of the amount of delay that people driving experience when they're moving on streets and through intersections. We look at that across a broad area, in this case, all the way down to the roundabout and across multiple scenarios, both existing plus project, as well as well into the future. In our study, we analyzed a scenario looking at 2045 plus the project. Really, what we're wanting to do here is identify the possible impacts if that trip generation is not mitigated, and also ensure that the system is going to operate safely external to the site, whereas the site plan review is an internal review. And then lastly, for impacts that are identified, the mitigation is defined through transportation demand management, so what can be done to suppress trip generation on site, and then multimodal level of service, which looks to enhance the environment for people walking, people biking, and people riding transit. The city has policy guidance around how much you can count different TDM measures or multimodal level of service measures towards the mitigation for any new trip. So all of that was done for this project is the same that would have been required for any developer applying for approval in the city of Aspen. So there's a lot to cover here, but again, if the purpose of the TIA is to identify the possible impacts and the appropriate mitigation based on that level of impact, the first thing I want to point out is that our analysis for this is conservative to really identify that maximum impact, that worst case scenario that needs to be mitigated. That's intentional, the way that the city's guidelines and policy work for this. Basically, we don't want development community, broadly speaking, coming in and understating their impacts and thereby under-delivering on the amount of mitigation that they need to bring to the table. So the guidelines ask that we look at that sort of worst case scenario in regards to trip generation so that we can bring the greatest suite of mitigation to the project. So With that, I want to point out a few different ways that the trip generation that was included in the TIA was conservative in its nature. And the first here is the very rates that we used, the trip generation rates, which came from a resource from the Institute of Transportation Engineers, ITE. We used a rate that they have for multifamily housing and made no reductions to that for transit mode share or walking mode share and biking mode share. Just to give you a little bit of context how ITE develops these rates, this is really the number of trips in and out of the project driveway. That's what this resource provides us with. And they develop those by counting a variety of multifamily housing developments and communities around the United States. The sites that they select are intentionally suburban, have low transit walker bike mode share, are generally in more developed areas where people aren't chaining a lot of their trips together. For instance, going to the grocery store and doing another errand at the same time, or also located in places where there's often ample and free parking at the destinations that they're going to, which in itself doesn't suppress trip generation. So all to say that the travel characteristics of your typical multifamily development in the United States are very, very different from trip characteristics in Aspen, and mode share is very different at the national average compared to City of Aspen. So we're starting with that more national average look at what the trip generation rate is and making no reductions to it. So it's inherently conservative out of the gate. The second thing I want to hit on sort of relates to assumptions about the very residents who are going to live at the Aspen Lumberyard and the nature of how they travel. And I think the first thing to point out here is that the people who eventually live at the Lumberyard are going to be residents already working or people who will be working in Aspen by the time the development is built. And I say that because those are people who are effectively already traveling on Highway 82. So this comes to a question of, are trips generated by the Lumberyard development really new trips, and that they're new residents to the area already traveling, or that aren't traveling into Aspen? What's really more likely is that what we're talking about here is the displacement of trips that are already happening on Highway 82, so that their trip origin is no longer someplace further down valley, but rather their origin is the Lumberyard itself. To be completely conservative, our longer term scenarios assumed zero displacement, that basically all of these trips are new trips and we're not removing any trips from Highway 82 by moving these folks from down valley to up valley. There's certainly an argument somewhere that close to 100% of the trips will be displaced trips rather than the 0% that we assumed in those 2025 and 2045 plus project scenarios. Effectively, what that means is that in those longer term scenarios, we're effectively assuming that all that down valley housing that vacates when people move to the Lumberyard is filled with more people that work in Aspen and commute up valley into Aspen. We did look at sort of that blended scenario in the existing plus project scenario that was documented in the TIA. Again, this is, for the purposes of our assumptions, this isn't necessarily realistic in terms of how the project actually gets built out, but imagine on day 0 the project is built, on day 1 everyone moves in. In that case, we assume that half of the people would be moving from housing down valley. That housing obviously would not have filled back up in a single day, and that another half of the residents relocated from other housing in Aspen. When we studied the travel time impacts of that 50% displacement scenario, the travel time change was basically negligible in terms of what we found on Highway 82. So that's I guess the second and third ways that this trip generation in and of itself is conservative. The last thing that I want to mention here, and this relates to the city's goals for greenhouse gas emissions, is that for people that work in Aspen, housing them close to Aspen will always give a higher transit and bike mode share and an associated lower vehicle miles are traveled, which is a direct corollary to greenhouse gas emissions, than housing further down valley. So that's something that the TIA notes as well in terms of the greenhouse gas reduction benefits from the project. Okay, so we've talked about that conservative trip generation number, and what I want to point out here is that by being conservative in what we assumed in regards to trip generation, that really results in the project's generous program of mitigation. I think you all are familiar with these currently, but just to hit on them, the dedicated transit services, and I'll talk a little bit more about the options we considered, but that dedicated route between the ABC and the Lumberyard to Ruby Park. Different improvements to make it easier for people to get to the RAFTA stations nearby, bike share, flexibility to add car share at any time, a variety of other on-site and adjacent measures for people walking and biking, and then the trail underpass as well. One thing I want to note is that the transit and the trail improvements in particular would benefit the Lumberyard residents, but they'd also benefit people further down valley, including the ABC, making it better to bike from the ABC into Aspen with the underpass at the Lumberyard driveway. We also know that the transit and then just having more buses between downtown and the ABC would benefit people in the ABC as well as people at the Lumberyard. The impacts that we summarize in the TIA in regards to level of service, in regards to travel time, are based on that gross trip generation number. They're not accounting for all of this mitigation that would be put in place, again, with the purpose of the TIA to define the magnitude of mitigation necessary. You know, that's what we do through the TIA, but the TIA did not consider what the net trip generation and the net impact with mitigation would be of the project, but it would be substantially less with the degree of mitigation defined here. A little bit more detail. I think there was questions at the last hearing about the different transit alternatives that were considered and what was being brought forward. The TIA proposed evaluation of 6 different route alternatives. We narrowed that down to 2 of the 6, one being 30-minute service between the ABC and Lumberyard and downtown. That's the one that we're recommending. 30-minute service is the same as what serves Burlingame today. We also looked at a service that would expand the existing Burlingame service to cover Burlingame, the ABC, and the Lumberyard altogether. At 15-minute service, the idea there was that with the same number of buses and same number of drivers, and ultimately at the same cost to the city, we could expand the Burlingame route, but do that at 15-minute service. It does result in less direct routes for people, and we know that based on the Burlingame service's success and not wanting to compromise that success, and that has been doing well at 30 minutes, we ultimately chose that option 3, or at least recommended that option 3, but again, this is something where there's flexibility. In terms of estimating the ridership that we cited as 55 boardings per hour at peak times, we did that by prorating the Burlingame ridership based on the number of units at the Lumberyard. The required net number of trips we needed to mitigate after all of the other things we were already doing on site was 46 trips, so that 55 boardings gives us about a 25% buffer in case we were to have lower utilization than what is experienced at Burlingame. But this is an area where there's a lot of flexibility for council to adjust the route, like whether we pick up at the airport, improve the frequency to better than 30 minutes, think differently about the hours of operation, the days of operation. There are a lot of things that we could adjust here between now and 2027 when we would be talking about the service operating. These are just the 2 routes that I just described, that option 3 on the left being the one that we're recommending. The one last thing I want to mention on transit is that one thing that we studied and heard as we were evaluating these options is an existing issue for up valley commuters in the area of the ABC and of the Lumberyard, that as the RAFTA buses are getting to the RAFTA stop there, they've picked up so many people down valley that they're often showing up at the ABC full, that people from the ABC can't get on the bus because there's not enough space to get on. So that's an issue that we heard from RAFTA. We analyzed the ridership data and confirmed that was an issue at peak times. Option 3 in particular adds additional up valley capacity so that that does not present an issue for people who live at the Lumberyard, but it also provides additional capacity between the ABC and the airport and Ruby Park. So people who maybe are not choosing to travel by bus today because they're concerned about that bus load issue, this would benefit everyone in the area in providing additional space on buses between the ABC, the Lumberyard, and Ruby Park. Chris, this is back to you.
Sure. Just wanted to make mention of the fact that these recommendations, while sort of being done on a parallel track, we also brought the same information out last year in our community outreach. It was in November and December of last year. Surveyed approximately 300 people, both in person and online. Responses to would you use a fare-free transit to and from downtown was very, very strong. How often would you use that fare-free transit? Again, very, very strong. So at least people say they would use the fare-free dedicated transit. And also when asked, would folks prefer the Ruby Park to AABC and Lumberyard route versus the expanded Burlingame route? Not as much of a landslide, but almost 60% did prefer the dedicated AABC and Lumberyard route. About half the people surveyed said that they'd use bike share. About a quarter of the people surveyed said they'd use car share. And so, at the very least, people did say that these options would work for them in our community outreach.
Thank you, Chris. 4 more slides here covering the access control plan and some of the parking questions. So the access control plan is something that really guided how we approached access to the site. And I know obviously you heard on this from Randy and Chris earlier. We relied on this based on how much work has gone into getting to this point between the city of Aspen, CDOT, and Pickens County. The access control plans themselves are developed. The process for developing them is done according to state law. The Colorado Revised Statutes cite the State Highway Access Code, which give direction as to what goes into the access control plan. So when CDOT is doing this with its partners, they're wanting to make sure that the design plan itself is appropriate for the type of CDOT highway. That's what it means when it says bringing it into conformance with its access category. Obviously, it identifies existing and future access points involving the property owners along the way, all the different stakeholders, and ultimately the signers of the IGA are involved in that process. And getting modifications to it does require bringing all of those parties back to the table. One thing that I wanted to mention in this area specifically is the elements of the access control plan have already been implemented since its completion in 2012. Many of you probably remember that before Aspen Mountain Rescue built its new building near the Lumberyard driveway, there was a nursery there before that had direct access onto Highway 82. One of the things that was identified in the access control plan was the closure of that driveway and the consolidation of the Aspen Mountain Rescue access into the Lumberyard driveway. So elements of this have already sort of been put into motion. That plan did identify the signal at the Lumberyard driveway, including the turn lanes that we've assumed. That signal is an appropriate intersection for the type of highway this is, the way that CDOT has it classified. And the access control plan also identified a possible future connection at the airport that would be on the west side of the intersection, exit only for airport traffic. And depending on how proposals come forward at the airport, that could be implemented to provide that flexibility. On the point of flexibility in the intersections design, CDOT, we're sort of mid-process with them on the access permit for this site. That's something that we've put on hold while we're having additional conversations with council here. But as we've gone through that, they have asked us to show how that fourth leg would work with the intersection signal design, down to the specifics of we want to see where the pole for that signal is going to go. We would like to see where the conduit runs, which is what carries the wires underneath the street, where those are going to go, so that we can make sure that if that fourth leg does come online eventually, that the signal is basically plug and play for them. So they have asked us to show that in our designs to bring that flexibility into the project. As it relates to the access control plan, I did want to touch on alternative intersection controls and just some of the challenges with those. That I was able to research, I did not find any documentation with the access control plan that had previously considered different ways of controlling the intersection, but I can tell you a little bit more about some of the challenges of doing that. Starting first with some sort of grade separation or an interchange at this location. Just the space constraints become pretty significant. Even the narrowest interchanges are at least 300 feet wide. The intersection as shown, there's about 100 feet available within the right-of-way to put an intersection. So we're talking about, either getting into the, outside of the CDOT right-of-way on either the east or west side of the street. Just for comparison, that Stage Road example that you're familiar with is about 500 feet wide from, the intersection on the west to the intersection on the east. I think at about 300, we start to push into what would be the airfield at the airport and start to get into all sorts of challenging property issues there. Also expensive, $30 million. That's probably more of a front range construction cost rather than a mountain construction cost, so it's not cheap to do that. Main cost being all the grading and structures that get brought into it. The roundabouts are also sizable. The Maroon Creek roundabout shown here. Just the outside of travel lane to outside of travel lane of the circle is 200 feet, not to mention the path and sort of clear zone requirements that we need to have on the outside of that. Comes at a not insignificant cost as well. We also don't know whether or not CDOT would agree to either of these treatments, and to give you some insight into some of the challenges associated with them. Putting an interchange here would sort of mix an interstate style treatment on a highway that otherwise has signalized intersections on it, and those sorts of blended facilities are generally not the way that we're designing highways like this anymore. It creates an unclear set of driver expectations as they get to intersections, whether they're going to have to stop or not, and generally increases speed. And then roundabouts, this location, generally roundabouts are better where you've got balanced volumes coming from multiple legs. In here where the Highway 82 volume is so dominant compared to what we would expect on the Lumberyard driveway, it's definitely not balanced, and we'd possibly get some grid locking issues related to the way that the queuing of traffic happens there today.
So going back to what's in the code, this section of the code does talk not only about transportation, but also about parking management in a holistic way. This table is actually shown in the code and does define that the parking needs to be based on the lesser of 1 unit per bedroom or 2 units per dwelling unit. That brings us to our calculation of 1 parking space per 1 bedroom unit and 2 parking spaces per 2 and 3 bedroom units, for a total requirement under the code of 425 parking spaces. We do have 10 additional parking spaces above that. Most of those are loading zones or adjacent to the future childcare area. And so those 10 spaces are above and beyond the code minimum requirement. So we do have 435 total spaces proposed. We did talk earlier about the fact that they're 50-50 underground and surface. We did hear in our community outreach, and we do hear pretty consistently from the folks at Mountain Rescue, please don't underpark, but did want to mention the parking only once again here because it is part of the same code section that tries to holistically look at transportation, parking management, and overall mobility. Charlie wanted to create a slide that tried to suggest that just because you have lots of parking on the site doesn't mean that that's going to increase the amount of trips. I may have added too much information to this slide, but you know, there is a tendency for lower income households to own fewer vehicles. The Lumberyard does have slightly lower income targets, at least as proposed, than Burlingame. The Lumberyard does also have slightly fewer bedrooms per unit than does Burlingame. The reason why I make the comparisons to Burlingame is because our experience, our lessons learned, specifically with the Burlingame project, Phase 1 was originally implemented with 1.67 parking spaces per unit. And when the city went back to try to negotiate the increase of density for Phases 2 and 3 of Burlingame, part of the requirements that the folks in Burlingame Phase 1 placed upon that final agreement was that we actually physically go back and add parking spaces to Burlingame Phase 1, which we did, and it cost us north of $1 million to add some 32 parking spaces to Burlingame 1 to bring that parking ratio up to 2 parking spaces per unit. I'll note also that Burlingame Phases 2 and 3 were both designed with 2 parking spaces per unit. Now, as I mentioned, Burlingame does have more bedrooms per unit, does have more slightly higher income on a per unit basis as well. The Lumberyard is only 1.6 spaces per unit as proposed, whereas again, Burlingame has 2 spaces per unit. So just looking at those ratios overall, it feels like we are taking into consideration those lessons learned. And then the last piece Charlie wanted to talk about as well.
Yeah, we don't want to talk out of both sides of our mouth here to say that we're going to reduce the trip generation, but also fully park the site. And I did want to acknowledge that this is a pretty often recognized thing in traffic and transportation engineering, that we design fully parked sites that also accomplish reduced trip generation, which is really influenced by that attractiveness of the modes that we put in place, transportation demand measures that exist at the destination. For example, paid parking where people work, such as in downtown Aspen, and then just an acknowledgement that the Burlingame route in particular, which is really the model for what we've recommended at the Lumberyard, is based on the success that's been experienced there, particularly when that service changed from a 60-minute frequency to a 30-minute frequency.
A lot to unpack there.
Very clear, though. I really appreciate it. I appreciate your comparisons. One thing that wasn't maybe mentioned, or maybe I missed it, but Burlingame is ownership. This is the majority of rental as planned right now. I think that also factors into some car users information. I only have 2 comments, then I'll open it up to some others. One, I think that car share should be planned for, considered, and implemented in this project. I don't think that is a later add-on. I think it is something that should be done and recognized from the beginning that it will be done. The other question I had maybe is I'm wondering about any opportunities for paying for parking. So I know that we don't do that currently, but units that either, it could be anything. It could be a rent that is not inclusive of parking and have a different fee for a parking spot, or maybe that is only extended for the second parking spot. Every unit gets a dedicated parking spot, but maybe there's a way for people to be both disincentivized for using a parking spot, but also paying for the fact that takes up development dollars by paying for a parking permit for this project. Those are just 2 of my comments at this time, and I will go to Bill Guth.
Thanks. Wondering if on the bus route topic, a route that pulls up curbside to the airport was ever considered. And the reason I ask this is that if it's true that buses are often full as they're coming past the airport and past the Lumberyard and past the AABC, then that's a big turnoff to people considering taking the bus home from the airport when they've arrived on a flight, particularly if they have luggage with them. So curbside service could help reduce vehicle trips significantly based on that theory.
Chris, you want me to take that?
Sure. I'll just add real quick that when we talked to the airport director, Dan Bartholomew, about the proposed route, he was pretty excited about the opportunity to potentially put some signage in the area of the existing bus station adjacent to the airport, that folks could very easily walk under the underpass to the other side of the street and get 30-minute service on a bus that likely is much less crowded than the Up Valley bus would be during peak times.
Yeah, so, Bill, good question. In terms of some of the alternate routes that we considered and why we developed them, some of the constraints that exist to bus operation in this area, and my colleague who developed the routes ran a transit agency in a similar environment for 20 years, so he's really familiar with, what the buses can and cannot do and what the drivers, do and do not want to do in these sorts of environments. You'll see what a lot of the routes do is make right turns off of Highway 82 so that they can minimize the number of left turns they make. The constraints that sort of guided us here were buses not wanting to make that left turn from the ABC onto Baltic, which is closely located to the Baltic Highway 82 intersection. Chris, where's your mouse? Yeah, sorry.
Where do you want to go?
I got it. Right here. Yeah. So buses basically wanting to avoid making that northbound left turn because traffic in the westbound direction queues back through that intersection. It's not signalized, so that's a safety concern for buses moving through there. So not being able to make that left turn really constrained our ability to stop curbside at the airport. So the routes really relied on coming up Highway 82, making that right turn onto Baltic, and then coming southbound through the ABC and the Lumberyard, and then using the signal at the Lumberyard to get back onto Highway 82.
So this is option 6, essentially, that you're referring to, right?
That you're referring to.
Yeah, agreed. But what you were just describing is what's depicted in option 6?
He's saying, are you talking about option 6?
That left turn.
No, in option 6 was just a circulator through the ABC and airport to connect people to the airport RAFTA stop. So it still made that right turn at Baltic. It didn't make that concerning left turn that I mentioned.
And Baltic is a street in the ABC, is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, it's the street with the signal in the ABC opposite the airport.
Okay, I guess I'm having a little trouble understanding this. I wasn't necessarily envisioning something driving entirely through the ABC as depicted in option 6, and maybe there is something that serves curbside at the airport, but somehow just turns right once it enters the ABC. Onto the frontage road and then goes by the Lumberyard.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking about this in reverse, but I think there might be some value there to explore, I guess is my only
Again, we're the good thing about talking about buses here is that there's a lot of flexibility in this, that if those are options that you want to consider, between now and 2027 and further understand the pros and cons and what can and can't be done. Again, we would be contracting with RAFTA to deliver this service, so they would have need to weigh in on what they can and can't do from an operations perspective. But in terms of mitigation, I think what we've said is that the project needs to provide great transit service, and based on what we've seen at Burlingame, that needs to be at least 30-minute frequency and needs to have relatively good directness between the site and downtown. So I think there's a lot of flexibility to meet those objectives from a transit service standpoint, while considering some tweaks to it as well.
Thanks, Bill. Sam?
Sorry, I was muted. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
You just explain one more time. You stop at the Lumberyard, but the Lumberyard bus stop is off Highway 82, right?
Correct. Chris, is there an aerial or let me pull up here?
I can just go ahead and try to pull up a map.
Yeah, that would be. Sam, is your question about what actually is the transit route?
Well, I thought I was listening and you said they don't want to make a left onto Baltic, but the bus stop for the ABC is on Highway 82, so I'm confused how you get off Highway 82 for the bus stop at the Lumberyard and then get to the bus stop that's back on Highway 82, since there's that Sageway.
So just to start off, the constraint that Charlie mentioned was buses would have a difficult time going in the down valley direction on the AABC frontage road and then turning left here to go
Understood.
out onto the highway and then to come for curbside heading in the up valley direction of the airport. So as proposed, the bus route would instead come down valley, stop at the ABC, just on the other side of the underpass that goes across the street, and then would continue to turn right on Baltic, turn right down the frontage road, and then stop here at the Lumberyard.
Okay.
Right here. Come
Just
out this
for,
way.
on your graph for option 3, the letter B is at the Lumberyard and not at the
Okay.
ABC bus stop, and that's why I thought that was the order of operations, was in the order of the alphabet.
Got it, okay. Helpful. Yeah, we can.
Okay, that
Yep.
makes sense
Yep.
now. And then if we're talking just about buses, I just wanted to ask, other bus routes can be utilized, like, they're on Highway 82, so even though they have this dedicated bus route, there are other bus routes that they can get on, and I think that's important to know and confirm, because 30 minutes does not seem like a really frequent bus route sometimes.
Yeah, and again, obviously, 30 minutes can become 15 minutes with increased operating costs, with, more operators, so that flexibility exists. At the very beginning, we did ask ourselves the question, do we even need our own dedicated transit, given the proximity to the ABC and the airport stops? And that was where we started to have the conversations about the Up Valley buses being full when they get to that point, and this sort of being, dedicated and providing a good option for Lumberyard residents, but also providing redundancy with that Up Valley capacity issue. So yes, people can use those buses, and I think our hope would be that between this service and sort of creating some cap space on those Up Valley routes, that people have both those options.
Okay. And, I mean, that's great. And, we're doing this before the airport redesign is being done, but there is that potentialness for an intersection for the Lumberyard to go across to a new potential airport terminal and a new bus stop over there, correct? If that's how they design it. Is that fair?
Yes, there's not been a decision about whether the airport will tie into this intersection and what type of services will have that access point.
No, I understand there hasn't been conversation. I just want to know it's a possibility that, because we're doing this without the airport I want to do this with the airport in mind, and we're going to do it before the airport gets around to doing their thing, but I want them to at least have that possibility to work off of our design, because that seems like we're going to go before them.
The consultants working on the airport layout plan are very familiar with these plans across the street, and will present alternatives for the airport staff and airport advisory board to consider around site circulation. The airport has not made a decision about whether it wants to invest in transit services that come onto the airport property or want to maintain on Highway 82, which is also an operational consideration they need to make. And I don't think they're prepared to answer those questions now, but it doesn't take options off the table. The reality is that currently that a runway is going to shift towards Highway 82 right now with where current planning is at. And then the airport will have to decide with the space left what to do with it, whether it becomes rental car, whether it becomes parking, something else is still on the table.
Okay. And then more of a comment than a question, but rhetorical question of just, we talk about the Lumberyard and who it's for. And I always feel like there's a known need in this community for more affordable housing, but not necessarily knowing where the shortfalls lie. And the comment ties into the fact that I hope we do give a range of units where potentially less units reduces things like parking, reduces things like traffic, reduces things like height, reduces things like cost, and potentially like allows things like solar panels to potentially remain on site. And I'm not saying that's a definite thing that I want, but I want that flexibility. Because a lot of the issues I feel like we're running into here are that we're using every inch of this site and creating density where I'm not sure density makes the most sense considering hearing these traffic plans and patterns when it's outside of the Castle Creek Bridge and not where density would make the most sense for aesthetics, for traffic, for cost, and for so many different things. So with this comment, I just preach flexibility and unit count. So some of these other issues might be able to have some flexibility as well.
Thanks, Sam. Charlie, question for you. You talk about the difficulties of the left turn onto Baltic to go out for a bus. When you use the term difficulties, is that a difficulty because the light timing is at an interval that is longer than you want? Is it a difficulty because, again, of queuing of cars at the light and maybe the bus can or can't get in and all that kind of thing? Because the loop going the other way seems to make a ton of sense.
A counterclockwise loop instead of a clockwise loop, is that what you mean?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, just broadly speaking, buses are big, they accelerate slowly, and they're full of people and don't offer, side impact protection, right? So bus agencies prefer to minimize the number of locations where buses need to make left turns, where traffic doesn't have to come to a stop for buses to make those left turns. So that's, broadly speaking, the rule of thumb that we're working against at that location, is that traffic east-west on Baltic and the ABC does not have to stop, and the buses, the operators and the agencies would prefer not to have buses making left turns at those locations.
Ward.
Yeah, thank you. Public comments. I think that some of the things that Sam just brought up could better be discussed at another time. I personally, one of the values at the very beginning of this process was to maximize the utility of the available land, and it is conflicting values of the ABC or AACP about density and height. But times have changed, and where the demand and the need is, it can be a subject of discussion on August 8th. But I'm not interested in decreasing unit count. I know there are challenges with density. I don't think that there are any places. I might have heard you wrong, Sam, but I thought you were saying that density should be on the other side of Castle Creek Bridge, not at the ABC. If I heard you correctly, I think that the kind of density we're talking about is going to be rejected by the community if it's inside on the other side, the Up Valley side of the Castle Creek Bridge. I don't want to get into too much of the details. The trees and weeds on RAFTA routes. I think that the RAFTA certainly does a great job with their routes and their scheduling. I'll leave it in their hands. There are other options, a local and BRT service into Aspen, and I assume that most of the morning traffic from the Lumberyard, almost all of it, is probably be going inbound to Aspen. But I have observed that those buses do get full. So when we overcome the driver shortage, you might be able to overcome that. But I think that a dedicated Lumberyard bus route is needed. And I just don't want to get too far into trying to decide where the bus stops are going to be.
Thanks, Ward. Comments?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for all this information, and I think since we have until 2027 plus, we have time to look at this a little deeper. Thanks.
Thanks, John.
Mr. Mayor, if there's no further clarifying questions, we have two options right now. If council would like to take a brief recess to grab dinner. Right now, I have a list of, it looks like 16 different areas that we need to straw poll on about whether they're advancing for a further conversation or not.
We're there?
Well, I could see some debate about each of these.
That's okay. I'm just glad
not
we're there.
So it's 6:30 right now. It's just sort of a natural breaking point, a little earlier than the typical dinner time, but I do want to bring that up if that's your preference. Thank you.
I appreciate it. I agree. I think that we should take a quick break. 27 minutes and we'll reconvene at 7 o'clock. Hey, I just want to say real quickly, that picture that you have up on the screen is really great. Randy, the back of those carports is what we were talking about earlier, looking for a better treatment than that. And so this picture, I think, says a lot for us.
So in clarity, after we do the straw polling on where building mass, scale, and parking ratios is one category area, another is site design, another is use and density, and then transportation. After we get through those, we still have the project delivery methods and financing tonight, unless you direct us to bring that back at a different time.
Thank you. All right, we will take a quick break. Like I said, we'll be back here at 7 o'clock. Our goal is to be done with this next part in 60 minutes by 8 p.m. tonight.
I'm back on the 12th.
I'm ready to go when you are. Thanks.
Let's do it. I'm an efficient lobster eater. I don't need no stinking bib.
All right, welcome back. We just took a brief recess in our work session for the 24th of July, and we are back. We have gotten through a majority of our information discussion, but we have some clarifying questions and then the opportunity for a little bit more financial discussion. And if we can get to it in 55 minutes, we'll do so, but we are going to be ending at 8 o'clock tonight. And with that, Sarah, I think you wanted to.
First off, yes, I just texted IT to ask them to get in here. It requires the folks on the other end to turn their video on, their video feed on, for it to display, like Bill just did. And there's Ward now. Okay.
Hope he got that butter off his fingers.
Yeah, we're looking at you.
No butter, just straight lobster.
Huh.
All right, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I will start my video too, since I'm talking for a little bit through here. A couple of items of how we're going to approach this is I'm going to share screen with a list of what I have heard during this conversation, as well as what are some of the things that were in the memos. We're just going to straw poll first on what needs continued conversation and what is satisfactory to stay as it is, as presented in Ordinance 10 and its exhibits. Okay. Again, this is just straw polling to narrow down for discussion purposes. It is not intended to be decisive or directive, just to assure the community that information will come during a public hearing. And so with that, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, I just want to confirm that you can see this, Bill and Ward. Can you just give me a thumbs up if you can, please? Great, thank you. They confirmed, and I know the folks in the room can see it. Okay, so I grouped questions up to this point into 4 categories. The first one really is that planned development and flexibility or inflexibility. It was so many comments in there, so I divided it into 3 major headers: mass and scale and parking, site design, use and density, and then lastly, the transportation component. So we'll go through these. After we go through these, I'll ask you, did I miss anything that should go on this list that needs to be straw polled as a way to help us facilitate getting the list into the areas that are really important to you all for time? Does that work for everyone, this approach? Just want to check. Online, you can give me thumbs up if that's okay. All right, I got thumbs up online. Yep. I have thumbs up in the room as well. Okay, so the first one is I just need to see if there's at least 3 of you that want to talk about building height. That includes with or without solar. Do you want to talk about building height? I've got 3 of you. Okay. Solar panels. both the quantity and location. I've got more than 3 of you. Parking ratios, the 1.6 parking ratio. Does anyone want to discuss parking any further in any capacity today? And I understand later it might be a trade-off for something else you want more, but right now, just the 1.6 ratio, does it need further discussion?
I don't think, not for me, I don't think. My only 2 points coming out of transportation as far as that was concerned was, like I said, are there other creative ways like pay for parking permits and that kind of thing? But
I've got that under transportation to see if we
Yeah,
should
but-
talk about that more. Yeah.
but
Okay, so I'm hearing no. I'm seeing, just for clarity, for our online participants, no one is indicating an indication to discuss the 1.6 parking ratio. Okay, on site design, do you want to talk about the screening and berming along Highway 82? All right, at least 3 of you want to talk about that. How about vehicle circulation, including parking garage entrances?
I'm interested in that.
I've got 3 of you for that, okay? Exterior lighting plan and understanding the lighting profile view. Rather than, because right now what you have is aerial. Okay, it sounds like just maybe an individual follow-up of reviewing the lighting plan, so that's a no for the group. Okay, under use and density, overall, do you want to talk about the growth management, just generally? And I've got 3 subheaders underneath here, but there could be more. So that's like unit count and density, phasing, category mix.
I'm interested in discussing unit mix and unit mix flexibility. For me, it's not so much about APSHA category. I don't know if that's a separate item or not.
Okay, so you're thinking 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, not the AMI. That's a good catch.
That's my preference. I don't know how that aligns with the others, but for me, my interest is more making sure that we have the flexibility on what type of units are there. It's less for me about which APSHA categories they fit into specifically.
I am interested in the category mix as it relates to the financing and ongoing costs and maintenance.
So I'm going to call real quick, Bill, what you were describing is the unit type, so the 1, 2, 3 bedroom mix. Just to differentiate from the APSHA category mix in our conversation. Okay, so does anyone want to talk about category mix or the potential of removing category mix from ordinance 10 for now? We did discuss it's an option at a different state in the process to establish category mix, but you're not required to do this in ordinance 10.
I'd be okay putting that off till later. I think that we are so far out from occupancy that it's sort of.
I see 3 heads shaking
not
yes,
to
that
do
we
it.
want to clarify that. Okay. Project phasing. So right now the entitlements are really clear about 0 to phase 3. Does anyone want to talk about that construction phasing? I have 1.
I guess I have questions.
2, 3. Okay, so I've got 3 who want to talk about the
Just have
phasing
questions.
to get questions through. You want to talk about density and unit count overall, the 277?
Yes.
2, okay. So I only have 2 of you. I understand you might use density as a trade-off for other things that may be important for you later, but I don't see a majority of you saying just right off the top there's too many or not enough. Okay. Unit type, what Bill was talking about, the mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. Does anyone want to discuss that with Bill? I got 2 of you.
Bill, can you just speak more to it? What is your thinking?
Yeah, I don't have anything specific to propose. I just want to make sure the flexibility is there for a development partner to propose a mix. Someone who might know what they want to build, and I don't think we should lock them into that mix.
So this gets back to the option of, do you want to establish floors and or maximums too in ordinance 10 to say there'll be no more than X number of 3 bedrooms or no less than X number of 1 bedrooms, which is some of the flexibility you can build into ordinance 10. I'd encourage you to have this conversation, actually.
I'm good with it, yes.
All right, it didn't come up specifically tonight, but it was mentioned in the packet that one of the things you could change is the for sale building number 3 is listed as it shall be condominiumized around year 10 after certificate of occupancy. You could choose to not put that mandate on the project and choose to make it a may and then create flexibility for a future council. Doesn't matter which way, but it's your choice. So a may versus a shall is really what this is about.
May.
Okay, I've got 3 of you that want to at least talk about this. And then what about commercial use as a conditional use in the project? I see 1, 2. I see 2.
I want that flexibility.
Where does this conversation happen?
So I think is when it comes in, because you're most likely, because of the FAR, going to be trading off units to accommodate the commercial use. That'll most likely come forward with the development partner if it were to come forward. But you can put conditions on it coming back to you for approval. I mean, no, traditionally it would be P&Z, but you can direct that it comes to you if you want.
I gotta support a conversation then, because I haven't had enough information on this to make a judgment. So
Okay.
I would need more info.
Great. Okay, do we need to talk about the move to transportation. What about the pedestrian underpass that goes under the new entrance into the development off of Highway 82? So this does not go under Highway 82 itself, but it's where that mountain rescue entrance is, where the plan is to take the bike path underground for that driveway entrance. Are we good with that in the design, or is there a desire to consider an at-grade crossing? I don't see anyone interested in revisiting an at-grade crossing. Okay. Transit alternatives and mitigation options. So tonight, the team went over with you what would be required under the typical code as several mitigation strategies. I would encourage you not to get into the details of which way the bus route runs, but a commitment that there will be a bus route and a minimum of right now I believe it says 30-minute service in the exhibits. And the conversation would be things about, like, do you want to mandate something greater than 30 minutes? We would not suggest you go less based upon our standards we'd place on any other developer. But as you can see, we cycle, Car2Go, the internal site connectivity for pedestrians to the regional system is already baked into the site plan. Do we need to revisit any of those?
Sir, I'm not sure. I'd like to leave this open to be able to make changes as the conditions develop. So I don't know where that comes as far as yes or no on this question.
So do you mean
I'd rather not bake it into the entitlements.
So you have to bake in some of the mitigation strategies to meet your own code. So some of them you have to set your minimums for. And that right now, you have the option to take out some things that are not minimums that are recommended, but you have to at least establish a bus service to the site to meet your PD requirements and your traffic impact analysis findings. Whether you want to say 30 minutes or 15 minutes, I'd encourage you to wait until you have your short-range transit plan to make final designs about expansion and route design, and that's actually out for RFP right now. And this is when you have a lot of time on to work on.
Yeah, and my conversation with Sarah over the last couple of weeks has setting a floor at the 30-minute service. We still have the opportunity to do better, to make transit improvements as we go along. So as it was said a couple times, there's more information to come. I would suggest that at this time, we don't need to talk to it because we have a recommendation.
We have recycle and the possibility of car share. So yeah, the bus is a minimum.
So at this point, I'm not seeing anyone interested in revisiting the transit alternatives and the mitigation strategies right now. Is that correct?
I think the only stipulation might be that Tori suggested that car share be baked in from the beginning, which we can just do a straw poll on whether everyone's comfortable with just adding that in.
Sure.
I'd rather not add it in at this point, but leave it as a flexible add-in. The indication was that there wasn't a lot of support for Car2Go or car share. but it was something that we could add.
Does anyone want to add this to the list for the purposes of discussing car share? Even if that's just limited to the scope at this time as a possible mandate, condition on the project? Right now I have one.
Yeah,
That's what Bill's request was, mandating in the entitlements car share.
I think it should be done.
2? Okay, 3 of you. Okay. All right, so this is the Highway 82.
But to be clear, Sarah, I don't think we need a big discussion on it. I think,
No.
and certainly not on the other mitigation options and transit alternatives. I think it's just limited to the.
I think
to
you're
the
right too, Bill.
Car share.
I think you're right. That's a super easy condition for us to write for someone to consider presenting a motion on. Highway 82 in the signalized intersection recommendation. Does anyone want to discuss that further? I have one.
I'm okay not, I recognize again that this is an area that we are seeking improvement. I don't think, from what I saw tonight, that an underpass is feasible there. But that could change, So as long as we have the ability to work with CDOT airport redevelopment and stuff, I mean, conditions could change. They might come to us with conditions that have changed. So in that sense, I'm interested. But right now, I understand that this is meeting CDOT's preferred intersection. So for planning, I can understand that. But I do feel like we don't know what's going to be in front of us in 5 years.
So this is one of the earlier improvements in the project, is my recollection, is the initial infrastructure, because you need to run like fiber optics. You need to
understand.
run, the proper phasing of electricity. So this is really when you need to set your intersection design. And I think what your knowns are is that you have land restriction, right? The county owns on both sides of the intersection that we're trying to create. They own the Mountain Rescue Building and the airport. We've talked about the challenges of a wider footprint. So even if we drew it for you, the chances, I'll just be honest with you, the chances of us having any kind of sale of land from the county for this intersection improvement is going to be for minor portions of the intersection, not a whole intersection redesign. Like if we need some little bit of space to deal with a turning radius or a signal box or something like that, we're unable to site within our own areas. I think so we can still talk about it. I will tell you, this is something that you'll have to decide. You really can't improve entitlements without having resolved this issue. Yep. This is a must-have in your entitlement process. Whatever you choose to control the intersection with.
The only thing I would add here is I just continue to have so much indigestion over adding another stoplight on that congested area of 82. So I know we haven't seen any alternatives that make any sense to anybody, but it's very much difficult for me personally.
Understood, Bill. Thank you.
This is one of those situations you have to make tough trade-offs, and they're value trade-offs that you're making, not just project trade-offs. So I can completely understand that this is a difficult one for you as individuals and collectively to wrestle with. At this point, I'm not seeing a majority that want to discuss this any further, and you're accepting the signalized intersection.
John?
Yeah, people are probably tired of listening to me talk about this, but I participated in a presentation again this morning, the Greater Airport ABC Lumberyard Mobility Plan. I was there with 2 county commissioners. I know a lot of different people have seen this. Sam and Bill have seen it, Ward has seen it. And in talking about this intersection, this is the only reason I'm bringing this up, is in this new mobility plan, there is no need for this intersection. It's not necessary. There's no need for several different things, but I just can't stress this enough. I think this plan needs to be seen by more people and more eyes before we say we can't do that.
Well, that's totally up to Edward. He doesn't want to go public.
Okay.
Okay, so is this a no?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
Yeah, I don't know what the discussion would be.
Okay.
I know you tried to explain it, but it's like a discussion with no options but one.
Well, that would be staff's recommendation based on the limited likelihood of obtaining additional land for any alternative.
Yeah.
Okay, the last item was implement paid parking through entitlements. So the inquiry on the floor was adding paid parking to help control. You don't have to use entitlements as the lever to do that. That's actually something perhaps on the table for negotiation with a development partner. But I wanted to clarify with any of you, is this something that should be addressed in entitlements, the concept of paid parking?
Probably doesn't need
I think there's a good concept there, and I think having the flexibility to have that conversation and make sure that it's written in the entitlements is something I'd be interested in saying, yeah, we are open to a development partner proposing a paid parking structure and differentiating between underground parking and covered parking, carport parking. I'm open to that completely.
Yeah, I am too, but not as part of precondition on entitlements. I think it's something that, we have a long time before we start talking about parking, and phase 0 has to be completed, but I don't want it to lock us down in the entitlement process.
Okay, so what we'll here, I'm going to put yes, but I'm going to offer, we're going to go back through these to talk about these, and each big header and the items with yes. And I'm going to ask we start with transportation. I think that this last one, we could make it as a conditional use, or can we make parking, I'm looking at my ComDev folks. Ben, can it be either written as a may institute, or does it need to say shall institute? They want to make sure it's expressive that parking could be a revenue source in the project and a deterrent for mitigating car ownership.
I think on several of these topics, including this one, where there's some desire to maybe implement some creative solutions further down the road as we get closer to a certificate of occupancy or, in the building permit evaluation, it seems like all of these kind of on the specific language around transit, specific language around mobility, specific language around parking. I think as we're showing a clear response to the review criteria within the PD, I think that there's language that could grant flexibility to all of these things and give some space for future contemplation of creative solutions on several of these topics.
Yeah, I think what the council wants to be clear on is it doesn't have to come back as a minor amendment. And your team can prepare some language of amendments that would make that okay.
I think.
Would you like to see that potential amendment language that we can draft for you that makes it that it may occur, doesn't say that it shall, but that will give you some opportunity closer to implementation to decide, and with your development partner, whether that revenue source is necessary, and as well as for your mitigation strategies? You got Tori's head shaking yes, John's head, okay, everyone, okay, 5 of you agree, okay.
Very quickly, I would just say that there, in the Lift One Lodge project, we required a future parking plan that was approved by the city manager's office, kind of further on down along the line, but it's certainly something that we can do.
Thank you.
Okay. So your other yes is transit alternatives and mitigation options. Is there an interest in seeing us draft language to require car share in the development? That's an easy language change for us to prepare for you to debate later, but would be helpful for us to draft language for you about what car share would look like in the entitlements.
I'm a yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone have a preference about which one we go to next? Building mass scale, site design, or use and density?
No preference.
Yeah, no preference.
Okay. Well, then let's jump into building mass scale and parking, because that influences your site design pretty significantly. Just to start out, you wanted to talk about maximum building heights. I did not put FAR itself on the list, knowing that the FAR has a 2% variance written into already the ordinance to have flexibility. But I would want to just tell you up front that the notion of reducing building heights, there is minor amount to be saved perhaps through the next level of design detail, but this is really a conversation about that solar and rooftop amenities for you. If you want us for any technical answers, we are happy to be here, but I'm just going to turn the floor over to the mayor to handle narrowing this conversation a bit more about whether we should bring language forward that would remove elements potentially to address that maximum height.
Well, several of us were asking about opportunities for the solar panels and how those impacted maximum height. So at the very minimum, I'm interested in that flexibility. What we've got as programmatic right now is 54, 49 plus 15 or something like that. And so I'm interested in bringing heights down wherever we can. I understand that the conversation a little bit was driven by this, we're okay with solar panels going up, but if we have opportunity to bring those down, that's where I am with these heights. I have not heard support from other council members of a floor reduction and unit reductions that would go along with that. So I'm not speaking maybe to that, but maximum heights, I am talking mostly about the solar panels being on top and what that maximum height will end up being. It's possible that the mechanicals are 7 of the last 9 feet. I don't know, but I'm interested in bringing heights down wherever we can. So.
Yeah, the value of being a leader in greenhouse gas reduction and renewable energy is one that I'm not willing to compromise. But if we do it on-site or off-site is something that I could entertain a discussion on. And if off-site is economically feasible, I think that the energy that is created from solar goes into the grid. It doesn't go to the buildings immediately. But I think if we have a technical discussion on where that solar generated electricity goes and balance on-site with the additional height that it creates or off-site, I am interested in that discussion.
Is that truly the question, just whether we're interested again or what we want to look like?
Narrowing the scope when we're talking about building heights, as I was just saying, like there is not agreement on the board for reducing unit count as it impacts height. But we are talking about the solar amenity on top. So we're limiting the scope to that part of the discussion about lowering building heights. We're not saying, hey, do we want to lose a floor? We're just talking about our maximum building height.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I think it's just been said that reduction where it can happen would be wonderful.
So for after the public hearing, right, you got to close the public hearing to enter into debate as a council. We will talk with the design team about what are the trade-offs from removal of the solar elements to this project, including how it affects the mechanical systems as well as building height. and bring that back for you. We'll have to figure out the timeline. This is a pretty big change to figure out. This is easily, I would say, 3 to 4 weeks. Is that right, Randy? Maybe I might be pushing you at that.
It's definitely weeks.
Yeah, it's definitely weeks. This is a big element change, which is the council's purview for sure. I just want to prepare you that the redesign of the mechanical systems is actually the hard part of this. Randy, why don't you come to the table to answer more technical than me?
It's really an impact of the holistic nature of the site design, the building designs, the mechanical design, the window sizes, all the stuff that's gone into what we've got today. So kind of unwinding that or chasing backwards the impacts, it'll just take definitely weeks. And I'll talk with Laura, the rest of the team, and fine tune what that would really be. But I think we got to start with, what's the goal? And I understand the conversation, and the goal is to reduce the impact of the height. And so we could look at some strategies. Potentially, a strategy might be pulling the panels back from the leading edge and maybe see if visually, that starts to get to where there's more comfort and feel that approach. But I think we would look at that plus some other strategies and present kind of some quick analysis that we'd have to do. We'd have to pick one of those, and we'd have to get back into the level of detail that we've gone to for what's in front of you today to fully understand the impact of that change. But I think I'm clear on at least that first step about analysis.
So I'm hearing that you want us to look at how do we reduce, not necessarily, and this is where we need clarification, the actual height or the visual presence of height from the ground, because that's really what we're talking about is from, if you're on that Highway 82 or you're on that path along Highway 82, what is the experience of that height?
Yeah, and I think, there's a couple other maybe units, whether commercial or residential, that are already in the ABC that would also be impacted by some of that. And to be clear, we were offering different, maybe put them on the carports, maybe utilize them more as sunshade and weather shade for balconies, this, that, and the other. Heck, just slap them on the side of the building. I don't know. But yeah, and it's even a case of, currently I believe they're somewhat spread across the tops of the buildings. Well, maybe through design you say, we could use some up there because they are helping us with our mechanical and they are helping us with design. So maybe it's just some. Maybe the max height still stays there, but it's only in certain places and it's not across all, et cetera. So I think you understand that, we're just making as we are trying to
Sarah,
button it up.
to directly answer your question, for me, it's a visual impact.
All right, so I have 3 that are more focused on the visual impact rather than the actual height. That's really helpful direction to have that conversations to the design team to come up with some options about how that might be able to be further addressed for you. What I'm hearing at this point, though, is that if this impacts your ability to meet your 70% on-site, off-site, what is it?
75%.
75, thank you. But it sounds like that number might be tweaked a bit, and you want to understand that impact of not hitting your 75% on-site generation in order to facilitate what you think is a more aesthetically pleasing design.
I appreciate that. Yes. I also, be quite honest, I also don't understand the economics of it. I don't know what we're spending to accomplish 75% on site versus what we would be spending to accomplish 100% off site. I mean, I don't know the technical of that as well. So I'm interested in understanding if this is the best bang for our buck and the best choice for this project and our community.
I think one aspect of the off-site would be the part of this project scope would then need to be, where is that? What is that land? Or so that we could offer some kind of calculation related to what's the available area and how many panels could you get there, and what's the orientation and all that kind of stuff, so that it's not arbitrary.
Right.
And, that just hasn't been part of what we've been talking about to date.
Yeah.
And so what I could do is get some general information about offsite and just how that works. And I'll share that with Chris, and we'll share that.
Great.
Yeah.
Could I propose, perhaps the city utilities department knows of like some solar collectives that you can buy into, and they'll be able to give us fairly reasonable rules of thumb saying, for every kilowatt hour or whatever the metric is of solar panel you want to locate offsite, this is what we charge. It may be simpler than what you're proposing.
I'd like to have an answer to a question that John posed about transmission loss. That it's my understanding that it's not great, but I'd like to get a definitive answer of what the loss is through transmission.
So we won't get into that tonight, but we do have some of this data already. If you go back into about a year ago, 13 months ago, council had a pretty in-depth work session on energy independence and resiliency for the Upper Valley. So where we discussed solar farms and solar gardens in that. So we will pull that information back out to help assist you, as with some things we've already published. And then I would say is if you choose off-site, you do not have to choose exactly how off-site is facilitated in your entitlements. That is not a mass and scale issue anymore. If you've just chosen to remove it here and you make the commitment to the community, you're going to offset it somewhere else. And we should bring that back to you separate from entitlements about ways to accomplish that, would be my recommendation to you. You could maybe make a condition on yourselves on the time frame of which it needs to be completed by, or something like that, if you felt real strongly about it, if you chose to take it out. I think we have enough on building heights that it's the aesthetics for both the pedestrian experience and Highway 82 driver experience that you're concerned about. And the solar panels, we should relook at the locations of them in exchange. So whether we can move them around in the site to better utilize additional roof space to reduce that visual impact from those viewpoints that you've shared tonight. Is there anything else on the solar system?
Yeah, I had one question. I forgot. Have we talked about on-site battery storage?
Yeah, it's critical, and it's inherent in this. That's the only way it could possibly work with the existing utility approach. So,
yeah. So again, I just don't know enough about solar systems like that to know what to expect from the battery. I guess part of what I'm saying is leading edge, not bleeding edge, right? I don't know what's going on with a facility of 270 plus units and solar and battery storage. What's the lifespan of that? What are we going to be looking at? Do we know what we're going to be looking at? I would hate to get into something that we just say nobody knows. We don't know. So
these are known things. These are understood. There's some industry. This has been around long enough that there's understanding of how long batteries last, how long solar panels last. They don't last forever. There is so in the overall project pro forma and the long-term project's budget, replacement, maintenance, and those kind of things. And there's all kinds of issues that go with the batteries, like fire-related, fire distance, fire special precautions because of the batteries and what they contain and all those things. So yeah, we've thought about that.
Yeah, I'd love to just know more. And obviously, I guess, we've never had a conversation about roof tiles, solar roof tiling. Obviously, I would assume that's because of cost and because of availability or something,
but also in generation, when you're trying to hit your 75% goal. Yeah, those are all tied.
I don't know. We never even talked about it, so I don't know if that's because the panels work better or because I don't even know. I just don't know.
I want to know more.
Victoria, I'm sorry, it's getting late on the East Coast, but one more question on solar system.
Go for it.
Is Pluto still a planet?
Not according to my rising second grader.
Okay, so
Might I suggest that maybe we have just like a spectrum of different solar strategies at a bullet point level? I don't think we need to fully design this, but on one end of the spectrum is the current design with the big rooftop collectors. On the other end of the spectrum is fully off-siting it. And here are the plus minuses of each approach. And somewhere in the middle is, we fit what we can on the carports, for example. I'm sure you guys can color in between the lines, but if that sounds good, maybe that would be enough information for me personally.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. John?
I just want to say that through the whole design of this project, a major focus has been on, for instance, the reason we chose 3 large buildings was it's cheaper to heat 3 large buildings than it is a bunch of smaller ones. Same thing with the solar panels. We chose this because it aligns with our goals. We're trying to keep our energy costs down. We're trying to plan for the future. I think the only way I'm going to support moving solar off-site is if we can raise the percentage of the amount of electricity that off-site would generate. That's the only way I'm going to be comfortable moving it off-site.
Randy, do you feel like
And I fully appreciate that, and I think as I've been thinking about this, I had a whole page on parking, and in reading all the letters to the editor and the many years that we've gone through this, that all of the objections and questions that have been raised by members of the community and also by our new council members, at some point during the last 3 years, we've probably had a discussion about them, and they're very valid concerns. But I suspect that with deep consideration, we might wind up right exactly where we are now, but there's a certain agency and ownership in allowing us to have that discussion again.
Great.
Okay. So there's a lot of talk about the buffering between Highway 82 and the project. Right now, one of the reasons that you can't do that, right, is you don't have the space while you're meeting minimum lane widths and your current FAR on your buildings, right? Your site is just not deep enough to accomplish that berming area. And it's actually a pretty substantial swath of land you would need to do any serious berming that has any meaningful impact. I'm just having the design team confirm with me. That's generally the way it is everywhere. So the alternative is you have to remove parking if you want that berm, because you're not going to be able to accomplish both your parking minimum that you've set at 425 plus the 10 extras, or that level of berming. And so do you want to see options that remove that parking along Highway 82 that were being used in place of berming, that also provide sound mitigation, but perhaps are not as aesthetically pleasing as you were hoped for? Or would you like us to try some alternative treatments on, for example, those carports as a way to perhaps approach this design issue?
I'll go to John first.
I just want to say I'd be totally comfortable losing some parking places if we could build berms high enough to shield our project from the highway. That's the main concern that I'm hearing here at the table is the height and mass and scale of these buildings. If we can keep them from being seen, then we don't have to reduce their scale.
Appreciate it. Sarah, I like what you said about different treatment. I mean, that's kind of where I am. I understand the land constraints and the ability to do actual berming. So I'm just wondering about, like I said, green roofs and green buildings on that side, sun side facing. Yeah, so maybe just a different treatment is even something I'm looking for. But I share what John is saying. The most that we can, the best we can do there is gonna impact a lot of different things, whether it's noise for the residents that are there, whether it's the visual impacts for the non-residents that are passing by it. So I'm just up for something that has a treatment effect to that side, that I didn't see represented so far. Ward, your comment?
Yeah, I don't want to lose parking spaces. I think we decided that we need to have what's proposed. I'm certainly open to realigning where some of the spaces go, and fenestration or putting lipstick on the pig is something that I'm interested in, to gussy it up so it's more palatable, I guess, is the best way for me to say it.
So I hear, Bill, sorry.
Bill?
Yeah, I think that you could be creative on this treatment of the carports. I suppose that's the western edge, the edge facing 82, and maybe there's something that's taller than it needs to be, but it helps with the foreground screening. I think there's some creativity that could be implemented there that does not compromise parking, but does have an impact on breaking up the mass and scale of what's behind it. I'd encourage you to explore that.
Okay. I just want to add, it doesn't necessarily have to be a berm either. It could be a wall that doesn't need the slope angles. It could be narrow and made to look attractive somehow, so it wouldn't just be a concrete wall.
Good.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is to bring back some design alternatives as the first favor. And we would have Giles do the exercise if we remove the parking with the right sloping on the berming. How high of a berm could you really get? It's not great because you only have probably 22 feet if it's a normal parking stall.
Right.
Maybe 28 with the structure. So it's not, you could get some decent berming in there, but it's not probably at the heights you could accomplish through the carports. Just to be my guess.
Correct, yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
accurate? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we will come back with some design alternative refinements on the carport treatment.
Right.
To deal with this. Okay. All right, the other thing you wanted to talk about was vehicle circulation, including the parking garage entrances.
I do feel like, what you said, not having all the cars drive around to the back is great. And, the potential of putting the garages on the front in my head also takes units away from having to be in the front and facing Highway 82 and putting a lesser impactful thing towards the highway. So I feel like as long as they're blocked, parking entrances closer to the entrance would make a lot more sense in my mind.
What we've heard is that there's design challenges.
Yeah.
I just need the information to come back to know that it's been explored as deeply as possible.
So what we can do is take a look at how it fits the building, and we can tell you what that slope is on the entry to the garage. How much space does it take to meet the design standard, and what is the tiniest you could make it if you gave a variance? And that's probably as far as we're gonna take it. We're not gonna do a whole lot of more. I don't think we should personally until we know you really wanna go that route.
Right.
I'm looking to Randy
Yeah,
to see
no,
if he
that's
wants to
right.
add
Yeah,
to it.
I think we could do some real rough diagrams that just talk about the impact. Just the physical impact, and also just talk about the vehicular circulation and what that's gonna feel like when you live there, and having all that vehicular circulation where you're trying to create a pedestrian people movement space, and just talk about the inherent conflicts of that. One other thing that I think it's important to keep in mind is that the parking that's below the buildings, it's has a potential to be more of a car storage location as opposed to an everyday in and out kind of thing. And potentially, it's not as much circulation every day, all day long as we're thinking about. So I would just offer that inherent in what we've got right now is we've got an opportunity for those folks that need a vehicle, maybe on the weekends, or maybe a couple times a week, and they're not getting in and out of it all the time, that it's offering that kind of flexibility, but it's really putting pedestrians first instead of cars first.
Thanks. Thanks, Randy. Chris?
Similar to your astute comment about the amount of frontage space available for berming, this is a conversation that's similar to that where, you know, those ramps can't be too steep. And in order to get the ramps so that they're not too steep, you're going to have to consider pushing the facade of the building back. So there could be a conversation about how many units you have to lose in order to push the facade back in order to gain access at a slope that's something that can be implemented.
Yeah, because it's not just about the code, but it's also about just safety.
Sure.
It's just about, you know, every day in and out and all that kind of thing, and snow and all the stuff that we're going to have to deal with here. So, yeah, we could do a diagram.
Yeah.
And talk about the impact.
You know, one of the things that the council has always talked about is just seeing alternatives. You know, we want to know why things are taken off the table, and sometimes that's the discussion that we need, and that's all that is to it. So I appreciate it. I think it's just a conversation area. Nobody has any suggested alternatives at this time.
Okay, I think we have clarity on what to do on this. Yeah. All right, so the rest is use and density. This is really up to you, council. You have this with every project that comes through the door. I'm going to ask you guys to step back because this is really their conversation on use and density. Appreciate it. Thank you. And so the first one is the APSHA category mix. So this is right, what is the ratio of AMI a different number of units should fit? Earlier in this design process, the council had a very detailed conversation more than once about where the needs analysis showed and was trending. Now, the reality is you don't know how long it's going to take to build this project. So you have an option in Ordinance 10 to say what the unit mix on APSHA categories will be through AMI percentages and or category. You have the option also of saying, we're going to determine this closer to building permit application, building permit issuance, certificate of occupancy. Those are all things with a development partner. You don't have to decide today, as long as you're already agreeing for this to be, at this point, affordable housing. In this project, no free market. So I just want you to know you have flexibility here, and if you want us to bring back language that shows that more flexible, we're happy to do that for you. And then I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'm gonna look to, yeah, Bill, go ahead.
Thanks. So Sarah just mentioned as long as there's no free market. And I'm wondering whether we might want to consider some flexibility for that too. You know, what if a development partner comes to us and says, you know, I don't need commercial, but to make this work, you know, I can contribute X dollars. I need 15%, 20% of the units to be, and I'm just throwing wild guesses out there. These numbers don't have any basis in reality. You know, is that something that should be discussed? And so I pose that question to all of you.
Not for me, but.
I don't know, Bill, it's 150 fund money that bought this. It's red proceeds, it's taxpayer dollars. I would really, I don't support that.
I don't
I
support
appreciate it, and I understand how it would work out in a pro forma, but I just have a real hard time taking 150 fund money to give to a private development or a free market home on 150 fund money.
Thanks, Ward. There's not support for free market residential at this time. The category mix can be done later. My suggestion would be not to lock it in entitlements, to do it later.
Seconded on that.
Agree on that.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. One of the other things was project phasing you wanted to discuss. So right now, the entitlements are written pretty clearly about how the different sections of the project would be constructed in the order of that.
So my desire to talk about project phasing was because I still struggle with doing building 1 first, and then subsequent phases are further in the development. I also wonder about phase 3, whether it would be more rental or ownership. I feel like we identified the triangle parcel for building 3 as most accommodating to ownership units, family style living and the like. And I just needed to kind of clarify, is that why we're choosing this phasing that we have? If building 3 wasn't potentially residential, would you normally start with that building and work your way out? I also talk about, because this is in 3 phases, it would probably be not ideal to start with a building 2, because then you would be doing construction on both sides of it at some point. Anyway, I just wonder about the phasing. I wanted to talk about project phasing because I just have those kind of general questions. I don't know enough about.
Corey, if I may, I agree with the phasing the way it is, and one of the reasons for that is we've just come online with another 79, or coming online with another 79 ownership units at BG3. We still have construction defect issues with multifamily for sale units. Hopefully by the time we get to phase 3, that will be resolved and save us some money. And if they were all rental, it wouldn't make any difference to me if we started at the right and worked to left, or started at the left and worked to right. But obviously, phase 0 is the no-brainer. And how the buildings are built, it makes sense to start at one end and work your way over. And because of the BG3 for sale units, the difficulty and challenges with building defects, I think that it makes sense to put building 3 as a sale unit, potential sale unit, as the last to be built.
Right. Thank you, Ward. Other thoughts? Bill?
For me, the preference would be to make sure that we have a lot of flexibility for the development partner. So not just, I can accelerate, phase 3 and do it earlier than anticipated, but, totally change the order if they have a good argument for doing so. So making sure that at this point, without the benefit of a partner participating, that we have that flexibility to change things. And if there's good reasons for it, I don't see why we wouldn't want to build that flexibility in.
Can you speak to that a little bit? Phase 0 obviously is what it is, but going from there, what has informed the phasing proposal as of now? And is there the opportunity in entitlements to leave any flexibility? Is this something that needs to be locked in?
Ward makes a good point in that the timing of the ownership piece, which happens to be the phase 3 that we're talking about, does relate directly to Burlingame being on sale right now. 79 units at Burlingame 3 for sale at the moment. The timing of developing more for sale before we do this rental piece makes less sense. And so that's the main driver of that greenfield portion of the site being phase 3, being the final phase, because it puts it off in the timeline. It gets the rentals done first. Once the phase 0 infrastructure goes into place, the physical flexibility exists to go ahead and develop any portion or all of the whole thing at one time or another. And so the flexibility in Ordinance 10, I don't know that you don't already have it as written. It doesn't mandate the phasing as written, but you could add language that provided specific flexibility as to the availability of each phase, either all at one time or at any time throughout the development timeline.
Yeah, the only thing I would comment on is I do think this is maybe one topic where it's more about the exhibits to the ordinance rather than the language in 10, because I do think there's some pretty specific things included in what would be potential exhibits to the ordinance. The language right now, I think, that's actually in the ordinance offers a great deal of flexibility. It's more so the things that get attached to the ordinance as it's presently conceived.
So what I'm hearing is you would like us to provide you some proposals of how that could be softened in the exhibits.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so right now I have one yes. So I need a little more than that to know if I'm on target or not, to direct staff to do that.
It accomplishes the flexibility for the phasing and, but still keeps us on track with completion. Can you, Chris, before you go, can you just answer that first question that I had? We identified that triangle parcel as the best location for ownership, family, residential.
It was a combination of things, and it was an evolution. In our very early conceptual designs, we had a smaller component of ownership, and it was more pushed to the east up against Annie Mitchell and at the Deer Hill interface. And in fact, it was proposed to be sort of facing Deer Hill, right, with sort of that green space buffer that provided an ownership experience facing Deer Hill.
Right.
As the ownership component of the project through community feedback grew to be a third of the project, we needed to create more space for it. And being that we saw the Up Valley portion of the site being the last to be developed, the timing of adding ownership lent itself to being placed there. There's also another component that it is slightly more buffered to Deer Hill as far as the experience goes. So, could lend itself more toward ownership and with some orientation towards buttermilk facing units, et cetera. So it was sort of an evolution.
Okay. All right, thank you.
One thing that I think's worth keeping top of mind is that even if these units are sort of quote unquote designed to be ownership units in phase 3, they're not going to be ownership for the first 10 years. So they're going to be rental for the first 10 years in any event, right? So, if a development partner says, hey, it makes a lot more sense for me to build in 3 first,
Yeah.
the outcome for the first 10 years is the same anyway.
Thank you for that. All right, well, what we have on our screen, as you guys can see, is to ensure the flexibility, and that includes in the detailed drawings and renderings. Okay.
Okay, so on unit count, right now it's sort of off the table unless it's to make a different design improvement that you still need to wrestle through. That's what I'm hearing. There's not a carte blanche, remove a floor, remove a building, anything of that scale. You want to keep around the FAR that you have now approximately for the project. So again, we've taken that one off. I see a majority straw polling saying, yes, that's a correct interpretation. And so really now it gets into unit type, the 1, 2, 3 bedrooms. My recommendation to here is that you either be explicit like you are now in the ordinance and its attachments, or you offer ranges, a floor and a ceiling of unit mix types that you would like to see in the development. And we can assist you in what criteria you might use to set those floors and ceilings if you'd like us to bring it back, if you choose to go that route. However, I don't suggest being silent to it. The reason is that when you go out for a request for qualifications and a request for proposals, Your respondents will want to develop a pro forma that they need to have some sense of the rental income that's based both on unit type and categories, potentially, that we're thinking about. And so I need a little bit of guidance of what we would signal to potential partners, and locking in the entitlements to an extent that it says, here's your floor and here's your max, or at least here's your floor. At minimum, you should have your floors of each of the 3 types of units, would be staff's recommendation in the ordinance.
I can get there. I guess we would probably do this at the public hearing. From us right now, you need.
I just want to know if you consider that as an appropriate approach. We shouldn't get into the numbers in this setting.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Yes.
I see 5 of you saying yes. You want some suggestions on minimum floors and then put some flexibility in the FAR and the design. Chris, did you want to add something to that? Okay.
And I've always seen this reflected as percentages, you know, like how many 1s, how many 2s, and how many 3s have kind of played in a percentage. I would be comfortable with plus or minus percentages, that kind of thing.
I would like to have Chris perhaps review how we arrived at those, and I think we arrived at the unit mix by what the demand was and what the need is in the community. So as we come to a public hearing, I'd like to have some kind of a justification to where we are. Doesn't mean that we can't change it, but I would rather have what the need for the community is as the deciding factor than at the council table, we've never really considered is it profitable to have a 1 or a 3-bedroom rental, but what's important to me is that we are addressing the needs of the community.
Thanks, Ward. Bill?
I think what Ward said makes sense, except the needs of the community may change over time, so I think we should keep that in mind. And then my next point would be, depending on how much flexibility we allow in these ranges, we might end up with more or less units. You know, if someone comes up with a higher percentage of 1s versus 2s and 3s, they may have room for more units, and vice versa. If they say that there should be more 3s and 2s versus 1s, there may be fewer units. So we may need to have a range on the unit count as well to accommodate this.
I'm going to leave that calculus to Sarah and her team.
He's correct.
I know.
He's completely correct. So once we know what you're thinking about as floors, we can run some scenarios of what maxes might be. If you, for example, turn the project into only 1 and 2 bedrooms for the most part, at least on the rental side, to give you an idea of what that might do to unit count number.
That'd be great.
Is that acceptable to everyone as a way to approach it?
Sure.
Okay. Great. Okay, the next one is about building 3. So right now, building 3 is stated that it will go to condominialization after the 10 years. I think a few of you have expressed individually to me you'd like that to be a may rather than a shall. And so I'm just looking for a thumbs up if that's sufficient or if that's not desired. So if that change is desired, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 of you right now saying you want that flexibility to be handled by future councils and how you put the entitlements. Okay, so
I'd say at a minimum, if there are others who would say that this should not be ownership at all, I would support that. I don't know if I have consensus on that, but at a minimum, I would like the may language.
So we're going to leave that debate to be on the floor then, about whether it gets struck completely or whether it's a change from a shall to a may. That's probably a little too far, then we should take it in the work session. All right, the last thing right now is the commercial use as a conditional use. Would you like to see some proposed language around what that could be? I have 1 yes, I have 2 yeses.
I'm not interested in it in the actual residential buildings, but I'm curious as to the future of the childcare space that's allotted there. So I could see some of that. I will say for the record, though, that this is on the edge of the ABC, which is a commercially dense development that this project I really see as working in harmony with with what's offered there, I don't think that the necessity is for commercial services, as much as maybe some council members have expressed a desire for commercial offset for the finances. That, you know, I understand that as maybe somebody's desire, but I don't really see it as like necessity for commercial services in these buildings. But I'm open to it on the childcare parcel that is available.
I echo that.
I'll echo that. Only the childcare parcel.
Affirmative.
Sam, any input?
Oh, I thought there was a majority already, so I was just
We want to
staying
hear what
quiet,
you're thinking,
but-
man.
No, I think it's been said time and time again that I just think that flexibility is great to have, just in case, once again, a developer comes in and says, I can do this project, but I need a little bit of commercial space to like make it work. And once again, I'm talking about flexibility. I'm not saying commercial necessarily fits there, but it's just nice to have that flexibility. I just can't imagine a developer that doesn't want it, rather than want, like, I think there's certain things that should be strict and then certain things that really seem like flexibility comes in handy, so.
So it sounds like we need to prepare a couple possible amendments for you to be able to debate this further. It sounds everyone's open to the concept of it, but there might be some limitations on its location that you need to debate. Is that an accurate reflection?
Yes.
Well, I don't want to decrease the unit count to have commercial in those buildings 1, 2, and 3, as I think Tori stated. The only place that I could, if a conditional use for childcare on that parcel is needed, then that's what I support. I don't want to start putting coffee shops in buildings 1, 2, and 3. Again, back to the same thing. 150 fund money, rent money, taxpayer money has gone into purchasing this land and doing the development, and I don't think that we should be competing with the existing businesses at the AABC, and we went through this when we decided not to have a lumberyard, an abbreviated site for the lumberyard there as well. So only place I could see it as a conditional use, and that would be for childcare at that parcel.
Go for it, Randy.
Thanks. I just wanted to go back to phasing for a second, because there's a real important aspect of phasing that it didn't come up in the conversation, so I'm just going to put it out there. The way that the building 1 ground floor is designed is to have the management leasing office and the key community components in that building. And so in this scale of a development, this scale of a neighborhood, it's pretty important to get that in the first building so that you can manage and lease the property. So the relationship between building 1 and building 2 and the location of those community shared functions, which are kind of in between building 1 and building 2. They're in building 1, but they're close to building 2. That was all very intentional, and those aspects being adjacent to community, open plaza space and all that stuff. So the integration of the ability to property manage this site is inherent in those relationships. So I just wanted to make sure council was remembering and aware of those underlying components.
But an alternative there would be to move those components to building 2 and put more residential units in building 1 and build building 2 first.
So
I don't want to go down that road.
There's all kinds of things like that. Yeah, and then it's like, how do you find the management leasing office? So it's you got it. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to ask the council members to take a look at the notes I added to the screen and let me know if I have misstated or misrepresented the general direction we're given on the type of amendments to bring back in any of this. I should say amendments, proposed amendments for you to consider in motion. And when you're ready, I'll scroll down to transportation. I'll wait till you all give me a thumbs up.
I think it's good. The one thing I wanted to add was Sam had that great point about the building in Milan, and this sort of ties into screening and berming. It's kind of an internal strategy versus an external strategy, but I thought it was a really great point. So I think I'd like that to be continue to be studied. Thanks.
Okay, so are there a majority of you, I've got two of you interested, is there a third one in looking at some additional greening elements for aesthetics on the buildings themselves?
Sure.
Okay. I think we know,
You know,
just bring
to
back
be
some
clear, sir, with
options.
a particular goal of helping with, you know, noise and aesthetic from the inside, the aesthetic impact from the inside, right? Thanks.
Randy was excited about that opportunity, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out as soon as we wrap up here.
I sent the email to Chris, and because I didn't have yours, so you could forward it to him.
Okay, then on transportation, I have, you want us to consider draft amendment for requirement for car to go. I forgot to add car to go. And then you want to be explicit that it's possible that paid parking could be implemented in the project at some future phase. Okay. So we'll bring back these amendments for you. Mr. Mayor, I would actually encourage council to do two things right now. One, I would go ahead and wrap up this work session and not get into financing tonight unless you all feel strongly about that. Staff is prepared if you want to go to that tonight. We're happy to reschedule that and take a look at your work session calendar. The second thing I would suggest is that you have a lot of questions and this stuff's not going to be ready for April 8th. There's too much here. I'm sorry, August 8th.
August.
Gosh, I'm having a horrible time doing that lately.
Better be ready by April.
For August 8th. I would encourage you to signal now to the community if you're contemplating just continuing that public hearing to another future date certain so that people can arrange their lives about whether you're taking testimony or not that night. And the reason why I would encourage you to potentially delay taking testimony is, first of all, then you would be back to all 5 of you in person, which I think is really important during a public hearing. For the benefit of all the counselors, just to fully see that element of the dialogue whenever we can facilitate it that way. And secondly, it would be best for you to take that input, and then when you close the public hearing, you can start debating immediately, rather than having this drawn out, continuing to take testimony meeting after meeting without getting your public hearing closed to enter debate. So those would be my 2 recommendations for you tonight, and we'll stop there and wait to hear your direction. I'm going to stop showing my screen as well.
Thank you so much.
I'm approaching brain dead. I don't want to get
Approaching.
into financing tonight.
Look at it.
In other words, dessert is waiting.
You're brutal, Tori. I owe you one.
I appreciate you, Ward. We are going to get you out of here. I agree. We do not want to keep these guys up longer. It's East Coast over there, so we need to let them get back to their families. What is the estimated presentation time for the financial discussion?
Presentation time is 20 to 30 minutes, and we anticipated a similar narrowing process for that conversation as we just had. I think it's a good
Hour.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then, yeah, sorry, guys. Bill, and I know this is something that you wanted to get to and have this conversation as soon as possible, but it's 8:20 here. I know it's later there, so we're going to put this off to, I was going to suggest even tomorrow's a short meeting if we could do it under action items and do it then, but I'll leave that up to you.
It's too late to amend the agenda for tomorrow night to not add it. We won't make the 24-hour noticing.
Okay. So we will look to another work session. As far as signaling to the community right now, well, it sounds like there's a little bit of work to be done here. It doesn't sound like we will have final answers to some of the questions that council has for August 8th. So I would anticipate us taking public comment at a continued date.
One parting comment. It's important that we get this right. To delay is gonna cost us more money, but to make a mistake is gonna be worse. So patience is a virtue, and let's do it right and take the time it needs. And I thank you all.
Thanks, Ward. Thank you to you and Bill for making time and being with us tonight. Thank you so much. Do you need anything else from us, Sarah?
I don't. What we will do is go back and look at what amount of time the design team to bring you back some of those alternatives, so we can make a suggestion to you about whether that is till the end of August or later to bring it back. It could be September. Thank you.
All right.
I don't have
My
any
hope would
further
be for
questions.
End of August, all right, thank you guys so much. We want to thank you to everybody that's in the room, staying with us so late. Thank you to GrassRoots. We are back tomorrow with a regularly scheduled meeting at 5 p.m. We welcome citizens' comments and petitions. We start the meeting off with that, so join us at 5.
Thanks so much.
Ciao, y'all.
Hey, you guys are still on. You guys are still on. Somebody sign in.